Pirates, get the telekinesis fruit at the start. Chapter 61. Logically speaking, he would definitely fly backwards after such an attack. However, the fact is just the opposite. After such an attack, Judge still stood there in a daze, his body did not move at all. At this time, Judge only felt a strong fear, and he remembered the miserable situation of the three brothers of IG not long ago. He lay on the ground inexplicably. His current situation is so similar to that of the three of them. Now he finally understood the ability of the unknown strong man not far away. It is probably the ability to manipulate objects. Although the use of hockey can deal with the attacks of devil fruit ability users. However, Judge has always relied on the ability of technology and has never seriously practiced hockey. The armament hockey has only reached the entry level. It is okay to deal with ordinary enemies. It has no effect on Kyle's attack. Unfortunately, he understood all this too late. Although this attack did not make him lose his life, it was not much different. At this time, he had lost the ability to fight. Judge didn't expect the battle to end so quickly. The opponent only attacked once and made him lose his ability to resist. How could the strongest man in Germa be defeated so easily? He still has a dream that has not been realized. As expected, rumors in the world are not to be trusted. What the hell is the weakest sea? He encountered such a strong man when he came to the East China Sea for the first time. And they are all the kind that he has never heard of. Judge wanted to catch those who spread rumors and beat them up, and let them see with their own eyes that this is the weakest East China Sea. Fooling fools. However, even if he was unwilling, it would be useless. If he lost, he lost. No matter how unwilling he was, it would not have any effect. Judge's only thought at this time was how strong the opponent was. Who was it? He didn't want to lose without knowing why. As a royal family, he also had his own pride. Ginny on the opposite side was also surprised. I didn't expect that it would be so easy to defeat an opponent who was fighting evenly not long ago. However, Ginny also understood when she recalled Judge's abnormal behavior just now. It's not that she has become stronger, but someone is helping her. You don't need to think about it to know who it is. There was no one else present except Kyle, who had just arrived. Since the other party chose to help her, it means that at least he is not an enemy. Ginny was relieved. I didn't think about these for the time being, and hurriedly called several members of the Revolutionary Army to tie up Judge. In order to prevent the possibility of this old guy escaping. Several members of the Revolutionary Army were quite rude. I don't know where the iron chain came from, but they tied Judge up like a dumpling. At the same time, they also stripped off his combat uniform. This thing is the most critical thing in the Germa battle. Without the combat uniform, they don't have to worry about any accidents. After Judge was defeated, the Revolutionary Army and Corgi soldiers immediately became eager to fight. The enemy leaders have been defeated, and the other minions are not a concern. Unfortunately, they thought too well. The defeat of Judge did not affect the soldiers of Germa, and they continued to rush forward like robots. The king's order before landing on the island was to eliminate everyone on the island, and they would not consider anything else until the mission was completed. Until half an hour later. All the soldiers of Germa were eliminated, including those snail ships, which were sunk by the shells used by everyone. While others were cleaning the scene. Kyle and the other four sat leisurely on a small hillside. Luli took out a tissue to help Chunye wipe the blood off her face. Leah chattered non-stop on the side. Kyle, you don't know, Chunye is so powerful, that guy. At first I was very worried about her, but when facing the enemy, her knife was fast and accurate. As he said that, he didn't pick up a small wooden stick and waved it, as if imitating the scene when Chunye used a knife. It's a pity that you didn't see it, Kyle, swish. The knife was almost leaving an afterimage. Is it so powerful? After hearing what Leah said, Kyle also looked at Chunye curiously. It's not as outrageous as Sister Leah said, haha. I guess these people are too weak, so it's like this. It's not good to say that. Anyway, it's just some ordinary knife skills that my father taught me before. Chunye kept waving his hands, looking extremely unnatural. Looking at Chunye, Kyle asked with concern. Are you okay? Do you want to take a rest first? At this time, the girl's face was pale, but her expression seemed very excited, as if she had done something great. There were a lot of blood stains on her clothes. Kyle felt that the girl's state was a little wrong at this time. He guessed that she might have been too stimulated. After all, she had been living for more than 10 years. They were all very peaceful, and had never seen a group of people fighting. Even the last pirate incident in Oiko, Chunye didn't go to see it, and had been hiding at home. The biggest thing she had seen was a fight between some small gangsters. Now that she suddenly saw such a cruel battlefield, Kyle was worried that this girl would not be able to accept it. No, Chunye waved his hand quickly. Brother Kyle, don't worry, I'm just a little excited. No, I just feel that I have done something incredible now and have seen a different world. Okay, this child has started to talk nonsense. Kyle held his forehead. Sure enough, she was stimulated. That's right, it's normal for ordinary people to be emotionally unstable when they suddenly see such a scene. Besides, this girl killed the enemy for the first time. It's normal to have such a reaction now. It shouldn't be a big problem, it will be fine slowly. At this time, a hooded figure came in front of the four people. Everyone, on behalf of everyone on the island, I thank you for your help. Ginny bowed 90 degrees to Kyle and the other four. As she bent down, her eyes naturally looked at Kyle's face under the hood. Chunye on the side scratched his head in confusion. Why does this voice sound so familiar? Kyle noticed this little action. He also knew that Ginny must be curious about their identities. He directly took off his hood to reveal his face. These were all acquaintances, and he had nothing to hide. Now that the people of Germa had been dealt with, he was not afraid of revenge in the future. Seeing Kyle's face, Ginny laughed out loud. He also took off his hood. Ha, I guessed right. You are the only one in the whole East China Sea who has that strange ability, Brother Kyle. Kyle laughed. Yeah, I didn't expect to meet you here after we parted in Shimokatsuki village. What a coincidence. Ginny looked at the three people next to her again. The two little beauties who were with you, Brother Kyle, should be here too. Luli and Leah also recognized this person. I saw him at Chunya's small restaurant, and later at the dojo in Shimokatsuki village. At this time, Chunye took off her hood and exclaimed. Sister Ginny, why are you here? Why is it you, little Chunye? Ginny was also surprised. Why did you run out? Does Eric know? Chunya's father is also a member of the Revolutionary Army, and they often go to that small restaurant. Kyle and the others have only seen him a few times, but Chunye is a family member. Chapter 62. Now Chunye actually ran to such a dangerous place. She couldn't help but feel a little worried. Corgis couldn't compare to Oiko. Without the protection of the Navy, it was common to encounter pirates. Besides, a war had just happened. She knew very well how powerful Chunye was. Apart from the delicious food, there was nothing else outstanding. Chunye put his hands behind his back in embarrassment, like a child being taught a lesson by his elders. I went to sea with Brother Kyle and the others. You have seen their strength. There will be no danger, and my father agreed to this. Okay, since Eric has agreed, I can't say much. Ginny can be regarded as Chunya's elder. It's okay to care about her safety, but she can't say much about what the other party wants to do. And Kyle and the others are all quite strong, so Chunye can rest assured to follow them. By the way, why did you think of going to sea? And you are dressed like this. I thought it was my companions coming to support you just now. Ginny looked at Kyle and the others in confusion. The identity of the Revolutionary Army was not directly stated. What they did was very dangerous, and it would be bad if these people were implicated. Kyle certainly understood their identities, but he didn't point it out. Well, this story has to start from a month ago. Then he started talking about when he met Felix. In the end, he wanted to see the so-called most powerful shipwright in the East China Sea. And Felix asked him to help the country. After listening, Ginny clapped her legs and laughed. Ha ha ha, Felix is so unlucky that he actually ran into you. At this time, a member of the Revolutionary Army came over. Seeing that everyone had taken off their hoods, they didn't avoid Kyle and the others. Although they didn't know who these people were, they didn't ask too much because Miss Ginny didn't say it. Started reporting directly. How many people were sacrificed, how many people were injured, and how much supplies were seized. The member choked up as he spoke. The sacrificed ones were all companions who had lived together day and night. They all joined this organization with the same dream. They didn't even have time to see the world of their dreams, but they fell here. Ginny patted his shoulder. Cheer up. We should understand from the time we got together that there will always be sacrifices on the road ahead. Their deaths will not be in vain. We must continue to move forward with their dreams. The member nodded heavily with determination in his eyes. I understand. After the member left, Ginny also patted her butt and stood up. The battle is over. The subsequent port cleaning will be handled by the soldiers of Korkia. There is nothing to do here. Ginny invited the 4 people. You 3, and Xiao Chunye, let's go to the palace to have some fun. You have helped a lot this time. Not only did you save Dean, but you also helped us solve many enemies. Andra, the king here, will definitely host a banquet for you. Ginny smiled happily and wiped the saliva from the corners of her mouth. After fighting for so long, she was already hungry. Kyle and the other 4 also agreed happily. Evening. The whole world was in darkness. And the palace of Kojia was brightly lit. Originally, they planned to hold a banquet in the palace. Unfortunately, the place was too small, and there were thousands of people at the banquet. In the end, they had to decide to temporarily set the venue for the banquet in the square. Many dining tables were placed on the large square. A large bonfire was lit in the middle. Dozens of chefs were busy. There were clanging and clanging sounds, and those who didn't know would probably think that someone was sabotaging. From time to time, someone would be heard urging loudly. Hurry up, everyone, we have won the battle today. Don't retreat when celebrating now. Today's banquet is a battlefield. We must not keep everyone waiting for too long. We must not lose this battle for the dignity of the chefs. A group of chefs were busy and kept talking. Stop talking nonsense, how could we fail? You're right, let them see our strength. In front of a large table in the center of the square. The old king, the 2 princes, some cadres of the Revolutionary Army, and Kyle and the other 4 all sat together. The table was filled with various foods and drinks, and the chefs were still putting food on it. The old king picked up the wine jug and filled the wine glasses in front of Kyle and the others with wine. Then he picked up the wine glass and said with a smile. As a king, I am actually unable to protect my people. This time, thanks to everyone, otherwise Kekia might not exist anymore. Thank you for your help. After saying that, he drank the wine. Seeing this, everyone raised their glasses. This wine is delicious. Leah put down the empty wine glass, smacked her lips and savored it. Picked up the wine pot beside her and poured herself another glass. Kyle and others also tasted it. Not to mention, it tastes really good. Just smelling it has a faint fragrance. It's called wine, but strictly speaking it's more like a fruit-flavored drink. Chunyi held the wine glass and tasted it carefully, trying to distinguish the ingredients. There are grapes, apples, blueberries, pomegranates. Directly named more than 20 kinds of fruits. Amazing. Luli and Leah were surprised. They just thought the wine tasted good, but they couldn't tell what fruits were in it like Chunye. The chef who was arranging the food gave a thumbs up in admiration. You are really amazing, little girl. I didn't expect you could tell all the fruits in it. This is the most famous fruit wine in our country. You can't drink it outside. Chunye was a little embarrassed by the praise. Uncle, you are too kind. I am also a chef, so I know these things. Leah came over directly. Chunye, can you make such wine? Chunye thought for a while and said, it doesn't seem very difficult, it should be possible. Great. Leah was very happy when she thought that she could drink such delicious fruit wine after going out to sea in the future. Pick up the wine pot and take a few big gulps. Luli held her forehead and took the wine pot from Leah's hand. There are so many people here. Can you pay attention to your image? Others will laugh at you. Quote. Leah didn't care at all. Humph. It's just a joke, I don't care anyway. At this time, a sturdy-looking young man came to Kyle and bowed 90 degrees to him. Mr. Kyle, thank you for saving my life. Thank you for taking care of Philly. I really don't know how to repay your kindness. This person is Dean. With the help of Reiju, the poison in his body was quickly cleared and he woke up soon. He didn't know anything about what happened after he was poisoned and unconscious, but he learned about this benefactor from Felix. The other party not only didn't care about Philly's previous impoliteness, but now saved his life. This kindness was too great, he didn't know how to repay it. Chapter 63. Kyle raised his hand. These are just some small things, you don't have to care too much. Dean shook his head. It may be a small matter for you, but not for me. I heard from Philly, Mr. Kyle, you want to build a ship, right? Yes, Xiaofei said that you have good skills, and we just need a better ship to go to sea. But, Kyle paused and then said, I want to invite you to go to sea with us on our ship, I wonder what you think. Kyle also knew that it was a bit abrupt to say this. But there is no way. If you just need a ship, this kind of thing is not that difficult, it is the same anywhere to build it. And there are so many pirates on the sea, and there are many good ships. At most, you can just rob one, and you can save some money. What Kyle and his friends are short of now is shipbuilders. Whether they can build ships is secondary. The main thing is to be able to repair and maintain the ship when there is a problem. There are so many accidents on the sea, and you can't guarantee that the ship will break down if you encounter an accident one day. They don't know how to repair ships. At this time, an experienced boatman is needed. And if Dean is invited to board the ship, then his boat-building business will not only be a business. He can also be more attentive. You want to invite me to go to sea? Dean pointed at himself in surprise. This is the first time the two sides have met, why did the other party suddenly invite him to board the ship? This is too hasty, don't they know each other? Although the other party is a lifesaver, it would be bad to refuse, but Dean still did not go against his original intention. He refused apologetically. Sorry, Mr. Kyle, I may have to live up to your invitation. Dean turned his head to look at the lively crowd in the square, with a smile on his face. Your invitation makes me very excited. I also want to see the outside world and see what other countries are like. It's a pity that I can't leave Corgis yet. This country still needs me. I believe you have also seen that this country has experienced several wars in succession. If it doesn't become stronger as soon as possible, it may encounter new enemies one day. As that's so, that's a pity. Seeing this, Kyle didn't force it. Everyone has their own pursuits. Everyone has different opinions on which is more important, dreams or reality. At this time, Ginny tilted her head and asked. Brother Kyle, you build ships, don't you want to go out to sea as pirates? If so, I won't agree, and I don't want Chunye to be a pirate. Kyle looked at her in confusion. Why do you say that? Isn't it? I see that many people choose to be pirates when they go out to sea. Is there any other choice? The world government will not allow unstable factors to wander around. Then you guessed wrong. Kyle took out a booklet from his arms with the Navy logo on the cover. He waved the booklet in front of Ginny. See, we are a regular seagoing team that has been registered with the Navy, not pirates. Ginny took the booklet and looked at it. It was true. There was also the signature of the Lieutenant Colonel of the 16th branch of the Navy stationed in the East China Sea. She knew this thing. It was considered a seagoing permit issued by the Navy. No matter who you are, you need to report to the naval base before going to sea, otherwise you will be treated as a pirate. However, this thing is only available to members of the member states, and it will not work for non-member states. No matter who you are, you will be treated as a pirate before going to sea, and no one will pay attention to you if you want to report. You are well prepared. Ginny raised her hand and threw the booklet back. Kyle's face suddenly darkened after receiving the booklet, and several golden fingerprints appeared clearly on it. Ginny also reacted and smiled embarrassedly. Haha, I forgot to wipe my hands for a moment, don't mind it, brother Kyle. She put her arm around Kyle's neck and pulled him aside, her greasy hands directly on Kyle. By the way, don't have any bad ideas, Dean is a member we like. It's not right for you to come up and want to kidnap him. What are you talking about? Kyle slapped her hand away with disdain. What future does Dean have with the Revolutionary Army? He's hiding all day long, and Ginny's team is about to face a big disaster. If he follows them, he might die one day. It's a pity for such a person to die. You should consider yourself first. The news of the defeat of the entire German army this time will definitely not be concealed. Do you think this will attract the attention of the Navy? The Revolutionary Army should not want to be noticed by the Navy now. Huh, you actually know our identity. Ginny looked at Kyle in surprise. I don't understand what show did you know? Is the Revolutionary Army so famous now? Kyle picked up a glass of wine and drank it slowly. Is it difficult to know your identity? I have also seen Dragon. Last time, the identities of the other few people can be guessed by paying attention to the news. Kyle said it directly now. He also wanted them to prepare early. What happened in Korkia could not be concealed at all. The world-famous Germa was annihilated in a small country in the East China Sea. Once this news came out, it would definitely attract the attention of various forces. And Germa is also a member of the world government. No matter what the reason, the world government will definitely send people to investigate. And the culprit, the Revolutionary Army, will definitely be noticed. Maybe the country of Korkia will usher in a disaster. The world is like this. It never sees whether you were right or wrong. The world government will not consider the reasons of non-member countries. This is also the reason why Kyle chose to act secretly. No one knows what he did on the surface. Anyway, there is no evidence, and at most, only a few people can be found to have been to the island. If he is implicated in this way, then he has nothing to say. He was ready to take risks when he took action. Kyle's words also made Ginny silent. At this time, she also thought of this. Scratching her hair irritably. Damn it, I was so busy celebrating the victory that I forgot about the troubles that would arise later. It just so happens that we will meet up with Shangzi and the others tomorrow. Let's discuss countermeasures together then. What did you say? Hearing this, Kyle directly spit out the wine in his mouth. Who are you going to meet with tomorrow? Shangzi. Ginny thought Kyle didn't know who Shangzi was, and explained. Shangzi is Big Bear, you have seen him before, the tall and strong one. When mentioning Big Bear, Ginny's face was full of smiles, and there was no expression of worry. Is this the problem? Kyle clenched the wine glass in his hand. If he remembered well. Ginny was captured by the Navy the day before the two teams met. Not only was Ginny captured, but the entire team was also destroyed by the Navy. Kyle secretly thought it was bad luck. He really wanted to help these two poor people, but it came too fast, and he was not even prepared at all. At this time, Kyle also figured out why Germa would attack this country. They were just here to explore the way, and the Navy was probably following behind. Chapter 64. Looking at the dark sky, Kyle said seriously. I think you should evacuate quickly, and it's better to evacuate now. Kyle didn't know who the Navy that took Ginny away was. But he was sure that it must be a very powerful person, with Ginny's strength and so many members of the Revolutionary Army. Even if one of the 7 warlords came here, it might not be possible, let alone killing everyone, without even a chance to escape. Don't be so anxious. Ginny didn't understand why Kyle suddenly became so serious. Even if the things here spread to the outside world, it would take some time. This period of time is enough for them to prepare. It's just getting dark now, and they will meet up with Big Bear and others tomorrow, so there's no need to rush for a while. It's too late if we don't evacuate now. Kyle's voice suddenly became stern. Because the voice was loud, everyone at the table looked at him curiously. Mr. Kyle, what happened? Why are you so excited? Dean asked curiously. Could it be that the other party was angry because of my refusal? Just then, a man wearing a magic hat came over quickly. He was an important cadre of the Eastern Army of the Revolutionary Army. Most of the time, he gave advice to the troops. He could be considered the first person after Ginny. Miss Ginny, I just received intelligence that a ship is heading to this island. Oh, Ginny looked at the person curiously, wondering who would come here at this time of night. What force's ship is it? Have you found out? The man in the magic hat said with a trembling voice. It's a warship. What? Ginny, who had a very calm expression, lost control of her expression in an instant, her eyes full of disbelief. Are you sure it's a warship? Did the Navy notice us? How could it be so fast? No wonder she was excited. The warship must have only one purpose to come to this island. That is to come for their Revolutionary Army. A non-world government member country would not invite the Navy for no reason. Even if they knew that Germa was attacking here, the Navy would probably ignore it. They have no obligation to protect non-member countries of the world government. The man in the magic hat shook his head, and his palms began to sweat. It is definitely the Navy, and it is a large warship. It is likely to come for us. Miss Ginny, what should we do next? Retreat or get rid of this group of Navy? We don't know who will lead the Navy this time. Ginny was immediately entangled. The development of the Revolutionary Army is slow, and Korkia is related to many future plans. She really doesn't want to give up. But what can she do if she doesn't give up? Since the Navy has discovered them, even if they repel the Navy this time, they will usher in a stronger existence next time. Now the only choice is to retreat and give up the Foundation for many years. You immediately go to find out who is coming from the Navy this time. She knows very well what a large warship represents. These naval bases in the East China Sea do not have such configurations. Large warships are not just big ships, but more importantly, the armed configuration on them. The cannons on it can destroy a small country. And only the Navy on the Grand Line can be equipped with such warships. If there were such warships in the East China Sea, there would not be so many pirates. The warships coming from the Grand Line are targeting Korkia again. Obviously, the goal is very clear, that is, the Revolutionary Army. It is definitely too late to retreat now. We can only repel the Navy temporarily and organize evacuation after joining the army of Big Bear tomorrow. The man in the magic hat also understood this. He did not delay anymore and rushed to the other side of the port with a few people. He was praying in his heart during the process. I hope there will be no powerful Navy. The conversation between the two people was heard clearly by everyone around, and many members of the Revolutionary Army became restless. They are not legal citizens. What they are doing is to overthrow the world government. It is not a good thing to meet the Navy. We just experienced a battle, and everyone is very tired at this time. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing again. At this time, the old king slowly stood up and bowed to everyone. I'm sorry, everyone. I didn't expect that the Navy would come this time. Everyone, please stay away for now. I will go to negotiate with the Navy. It's better for you not to show up. At this time, the old king thought that the Navy came because of the Germa incident. He didn't think about the identities of these people at all. After all, the Revolutionary Army now has no big name. What the Revolutionary Army does is very low-key and has not attracted the attention of the world government. He knows that this group of people has done a lot of things. I don't want them to be noticed by the Navy. This group of people saved this country twice. He is the king of this country. How can he hide behind others all the time? Let him face this matter. Dean and Felix also stood up and stood beside the old king. Both of them looked determined. Father, we will go with you. Seeing this scene, Ginny shook her head. The situation is different this time. The Navy's target is likely to be us and you. The old king interrupted Ginny directly. You don't have to persuade me anymore. As a king, I will also take my own responsibilities. Even if Korkia is not a member country, I believe that the Navy will not be unreasonable. Seeing the other party's naive thoughts, Ginny didn't say anything more. Instead of thinking about these, it is better to prepare well to deal with the next thing. Immediately let several captains go to prepare. The battle is definitely inevitable, and we have to consider retreat. The specific details depend on who comes from the Navy this time. Seeing that the good banquet was interrupted, Kyle sighed helplessly. Sure enough, what was supposed to come finally came. Ginny, who was about to leave, noticed the four people who were out of tune with everyone, and recalled Kyle's advice just now. She asked Kyle seriously. You just asked us to evacuate quickly. Kyle, did you know something a long time ago? Ginny didn't doubt anything. They had been here for a short time, and even if they knew the identity of the Revolutionary Army, they had no time to tell on them. Besides, the Navy came so quickly, obviously they had received the news a long time ago. She was mainly curious about why Kyle said that just now, as if he knew what would happen. I'm just guessing. Kyle spread his hands, looking innocent. What can he say? It's impossible for him to say that he knows the plot. Who would believe this stuff? Ginny just watched quietly, obviously not believing Kyle's nonsense. At this moment, she suddenly became curious about the boy in front of her. The teenager gave her a very mysterious feeling. Patting Kyle's shoulder, Ginny suddenly showed a hearty smile. Ha ha ha, since you don't want to say it, I won't ask. Brother Kyle, take Xiao Chunye away from here. If the Navy notices it, it will not be a good thing for you. Ginny turned around and left. Chapter 65. Leah tilted her head and asked curiously. Kyle, why do you feel like everyone is in a serious situation? Didn't they say that the Navy is coming? This is not a bad thing, right? In her impression, the Navy is a very good group of people. They will protect civilians and catch pirates. The family's caravan often relies on the help of the Navy. And the people here in Korkia don't look like bad people. Didn't the Navy come here to deal with evil organizations like Germa? Why do everyone seem to be facing the enemy? Chunye was also curious, looking at Sister Ginny's worried look, not understanding what was going on. Kyle, is it because of the identity of this group of people? Luli is much smarter. Is there any problem with the identity? Both girls looked at Luli. The name of the Revolutionary Army explains a lot. Luli only said this. At first, she didn't understand why all these people covered their faces, as if they were afraid of something. It wasn't until she heard Kyle point out the other party's identity that Luli understood. Now it seems that the only thing they are afraid of is the Navy. Chunye clapped her hands. I see. My Luli is really smart. Kyle smiled and touched her head. Leah still scratched her head in confusion. Is there anything wrong with this name? She looked at several people with a crazy look on her face. Everyone understands, but she doesn't. Doesn't this comparison make her look dumber than everyone else? Chunye, what do you understand? Why don't I understand? What does this name mean? I'll explain it to you slowly later. Kyle said with sympathy. This expression made Leah even more crazy. It felt like Kyle was looking at her as if he was looking at a fool. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She opened her mouth and bit Kyle's big hand. Luli didn't have such a good mentality as Leah at this time. It was not a wise choice to go against the Navy. If she was discovered, she would probably be considered an accomplice of the Revolutionary Army. He asked worriedly, "Kyle, what should we do next?" Kyle thought for a while and said, "Let's hide for the time being and see who is coming from the Navy." Now that neither the ship nor the people have been obtained, Kyle is definitely unwilling to just run away. Besides, normally speaking, Ginny and her group will definitely not be able to defeat the Navy that is coming. It's okay if I don't have the strength. Now that I have the strength and I happen to meet them, it's not impossible to help them. Patted Leah hanging on his body. Okay, our Leah is the smartest, I was just teasing you just now. HMPH. Stupid Kyle, you lied. Obviously everyone is smarter than me. Leah pouted unhappily. Kyle changed the subject directly. Let's not discuss this first, help me take a closer look at what the incoming warship looks like and what the people on it look like. HMPH. I won't bother with you this time. Pretending to be very generous, he jumped off Kyle and raised his head proudly. So what if she's not smart? There's still a place where she can be used. She also knew that this was not the time to lose her temper, so she used her observation hockey to look at the sea in the distance. The surrounding buildings and the dark night seemed to be non-existent. In Leah's eyes, the whole world was extremely clear. On the sea in the distance, a huge warship was traveling at high speed. Dozens of Marines stood neatly on the deck. He looked at the two people standing at the bow with a serious face. One of them was wearing a Navy uniform, with a cloak of justice on his back and a white hat on his head, with the word, Marine, on the front. The other was wearing a white suit, with a green afro on his head, and holding a strange mask in his right hand against his face. It looked a bit scary, but also gave people an inexplicable sense of joy. The man in the suit looked at the dark night sky and the sea, and vaguely saw the outline of a small island in the distance. There was a little light on it. The man in the suit laughed strangely. Hey, is the kingdom of Corgia in front? It's a good place. I don't know how those guys from Germa are doing. I didn't expect that the culprit was hiding here. It's a good thing that he found this place. He. The man in the suit kept talking to himself, saying some strange things. Seeing that the Navy man next to him had been silent, the man in the suit smiled and said, "Vice Admiral Sakaski, you seem to be very reluctant to do this mission. You should know that this is an order issued by Saint Gellinger of the Celestial Dragons himself." Hearing this, the Navy man just glanced at him indifferently. As a Navy, I know what I should do. I don't need to be AU from the CP organization or the ones who remind me. Hey, don't mind me, I'm just reminding you. After all, this mission is very important, and so is it for you. The man in the white suit said no more. According to the hierarchy, he should be considered the superior of this Marine. But this Marine is different. This is a newcomer that the world government has taken a fancy to, and he can't put on airs as a superior. This person is Vice Admiral Sakaski, codenamed Akainu, who is now known as one of the three monsters in the Navy headquarters. Originally, he was leading people to chase a group of pirates on the Grand Line, but was inexplicably summoned back by the world government, and arranged for him to come to the small place of East China Sea to perform a mission, saying that he was going to catch a heinous criminal. Of course, the mission is not limited to this. Catching criminals is only secondary. The most important thing is to protect a celestial dragon who is traveling this time, and it is not an ordinary celestial dragon, but an important member of the Fegaland family. It is also for this reason that Akainu can't refuse this mission at all. The Navy has the obligation to protect the celestial dragons, not to mention that they are members of this family. At this time, he just wants to get out of here as soon as possible. Capture the target and end this boring mission. At this moment, the door behind him slowly opened. A man in strange clothes walked out. He had a transparent round hood on his head and red hair. He held several chains in his hands, which were connected to the necks of several disheveled women with scars all over their bodies. Several women all knelt on the ground and crawled. The sound of the chains rubbing against each other was heard during the action. Seeing the people coming, whether they were members of the Navy or other, all the CP members knelt on the ground. They didn't dare to look him in the face. This person was the celestial dragon on this trip. Figer and Eris. Unlike other celestial dragons, this person didn't know whether it was because of his bloodline or some other reason. He didn't have an ugly face like most celestial dragons, but looked more handsome. Now, apart from that celestial dragon, the only one standing was Akainu at the bow. As a vice admiral of the Navy, he had the right not to kneel when he saw a celestial dragon. Chapter 66. Eris came to the bow and looked at the island in the distance. A woman tied with an iron chain hurriedly climbed over, and Eris sat down without even looking at her. Whether he would fall down because of this was not something he should consider. This group of slaves would consider what to do by themselves. After all, a slave who almost made him fall down was executed not long ago. The 2-meter-long body sat directly on the woman's back. The woman gritted her teeth and tried to maintain her body, not daring to shake a bit. Is this the island where Kojia is? Yes, Lord Eris, this is the island of the mission. The masked man in a white suit knelt on the ground and answered respectfully. Even the usual unique laughter was suppressed. He didn't think there was anything wrong with this. As a member of CP0 who has been trained since childhood, there is only one thing to consider besides various trainings. Protect the celestial dragons who are the gods of this world. Eris tilted his body to change to a comfortable position, looked at the man in the white suit and asked. How is the task assigned to you? The man in the white suit understood what the task was and answered quickly. Don't worry, Lord Eris. We have personally gone to find the King of Germa. With their help, I believe that the rebels have been severely damaged by now. Your Excellency, you can just go there and catch the rebels. They should be welcoming you on the island now. Eris nodded with satisfaction. I hope so, but that damn slave took us so long to find. Haha, I will make her look good when I catch her. My brother will definitely be very happy then. He came here from Mary Giois personally this time for the slave named Ginny. This is the culprit who caused the Valley of the Gods incident. Because she caused the Celestial Dragon's 3-year race hunting activities to be destroyed by a group of pirates. Not only were 6 devil fruits taken away as prizes, but many celestial dragons also died in this incident. Hundreds of slaves took advantage of this to escape afterwards. This incident can be said to be the biggest shame for all celestial dragons. They don't care about prizes or slaves taking the opportunity to escape. Some insignificant things can be found again if they are lost. The important thing is that the celestial dragons who claim to be gods and are high above were killed by a group of slaves and pirates, which has seriously threatened the celestial dragon's rule over the world. If the world government hadn't blocked this matter, it is unknown how many people would have followed this group of bold guys. Afterwards, the world government investigated for a long time in order to find the person who spread the news of the Valley of the Gods to the outside world. Everything that happened was because of that person. No matter what, he must be found out to let her know the anger of angering the gods. Sure enough, not long ago, the world government investigated. Ginny, originally a slave of the celestial dragons, was the one who used the Den Den Mushi to spread the news of the prize to the outside world before the Valley of the Gods incident. Not only did they find out the culprit of the year, but they also discovered some incredible things. In a place they didn't know, there was actually a group of bold guys who dreamed of overthrowing the world. Unfortunately, the whereabouts of this group of people were extremely secretive, and the world government did not find out much useful information. The only thing they found out was that the culprit of the year, Ginny, was a member of this organization. Eris looked at Akainu and ordered. Sakazuki, remember to catch the slave named Ginny when the time comes, and kill all the others." Akainu frowned. He hated this tone of being ordered, even by the celestial dragons. But these guys can order the Navy. If you want to be promoted to Admiral of the Navy, the words of these people are more effective than anything else. It's far from enough to be just a Vice Admiral. Now the sea is full of pirates, which is what makes him most unhappy. Because of pirates, he lost his family since he was a child, and witnessed his relatives being burned to death by pirates. Therefore, he hated these so-called freedom-loving pirates very much, and the seeds of hatred also rose in his heart. Later, he joined the Navy without hesitation, dreaming of destroying all pirates and making these guys disappear from this world completely. It was worth it for him even if he paid any price. But when he really had a certain status in the Navy, he found that the original righteous Navy was not as good as he imagined. Pirates can never be killed. Kill a batch and new ones will emerge again. The high-ranking celestial dragons control the world government of the Navy. The Navy representing justice can be commanded at will by these guys, just like this time. Akainu thinks that all this is because he is not strong enough and his status is not high enough. If he can become an admiral, or become a marshal, then maybe everything will be different. And if it weren't for the fact that the Navy has confirmed that the identities of these rebels are real, he would never come to do this mission. I know. Facing the order of the celestial dragon Eris, he just said this lightly. Eris didn't have the personality of Akainu. In his opinion, the Navy is just the watchdog of the celestial dragons. What's the use of being strong? You can still command them at will. Suddenly, Akainu and the man in the white suit looked at the island in the distance. Hey, it's really a terrible observation, Hockey. Did you find us from such a distance? The man in the white suit lay on the ground, his eyes fixed on the distance. Just now, he felt a feeling of being spied on, a feeling he had felt many times. Akainu also understood this feeling. His eyes were squinting, and a faint smile hung at the corners of his mouth. He also mastered the observation Hockey, but it was far from reaching this level. The island in the distance was far away from here. He didn't understand how strong the observation Hockey was needed to detect here. It seems that I have met an interesting guy this time. In the square outside the palace of Kogia, Leah retracted her gaze and patted her chest with lingering fear. These people look so powerful. They actually found out that I was investigating them. Kyle was not surprised by this. Anyone with a little strength could sense the investigation of others' observation Hockey. It's just that ordinary people don't have such a special ability as Leah. It's useless to sense Leah's observation Hockey. At most, they know that someone is investigating them. As for who it is, they can only know it when they see it with their own eyes. How is it? Can you see what these people look like? Kyle asked curiously. He needs to find out the identities of these people first, and then decide what to do next. If he encounters someone too powerful, he can only run away with some people. There was no way to deal with the lives of others. Leah thought for a moment and began to narrate. Well, I saw dozens of Marines, and some in black and white suits. The leader was a man with red hair and a strange transparent hood on his head. The two next to him. When talking about the women tied with chains, Leah's pretty eyebrows were wrinkled. She was obviously not in a good mood. Chapter 67. After hearing this, Kyle almost took a few people and ran away. Who cares about the Revolutionary Army or Corgi? Running away is the most important thing. From Leah's description, he could guess the identities of most people. The leader with a transparent cover was undoubtedly a celestial dragon. Only those guys who claim to be gods would do this, because they don't want to breathe the same air with the untouchables in their eyes. Kyle didn't care much about the celestial dragons. As a time traveler, he didn't think these guys were so noble. They were just a group of idiots who enjoyed the blessings of their ancestors and felt different from others. With his current ability, as long as they were not those special celestial dragons, the others could be killed at will, but there would be more trouble afterwards. He knew from the beginning that there were celestial dragons on the warship. The only thing he didn't expect was the other person mentioned by Leah. From some descriptions, Kyle guessed that this person should be Sakaski, one of the 3 admirals of the Navy later, Akainu. Now I don't know if he has been promoted to admiral. Kyle frowned. He didn't expect that he would be the one to come this time. No wonder the entire Revolutionary Army's Eastern Army was annihilated and Ginny was captured. But his words can also explain it. If the CP organization came, it might not be possible. As for the 5 elders and the Knights of God, that's basically impossible. This kind of thing is not to the point of dispatching them. They won't come in person for a small figure like Ginny. The only ones left are the Navy. It has always been like this. No matter what dirty work, the celestial dragons like to let the Navy handle it. And the one that the world government values most in the Navy is Akainu. Whether it is the code of conduct or its own strength, it is in line with the standards of the world government. It is probably because of this that Akainu was sent here. Akainu. This is not a simple character. He is a top existence in the entire Navy. Kyle feels that he does not have the strength to touch Akainu now. If he is not careful, he will probably be beaten to death. This is not Aokiji and Kizaru. Akainu never lets go in a fight, and every move is aimed at taking someone's life. Kyle forced himself to calm down and began to think about the next countermeasures. He always felt unwilling to run away directly. Akainu now should not be as strong as he was during the war, but he should not be underestimated. With his own abilities, there should be no problem as long as he is not touched. Thinking about it, Kyle felt relieved. He was also frightened for a while. At the same time, he was also glad that it was Akainu who came. If it was Aokiji and Kizaru, Kyle would probably run away. It's not because of who is stronger, anyway, they are stronger than Kyle. The problem lies in the abilities of several people. Kyle's ability can control all objects within the perception. While Kyle was thinking, Leah beside him pulled his hand and asked, "Kyle, why were those women tied up like livestock with chains? Are so many Navy people just watching like this? Aren't they the Navy that represents justice? Why would they allow such a thing to happen?" Leah asked a series of questions. She looked very unhappy when she saw those poor women just now. She has not seen too much darkness in this world, and now she is very confused and thinks that such a scene should not exist. The imagined Navy represents justice, will protect ordinary people, and will eliminate those bad guys. But now all this is exactly the opposite. Not only did the Navy not eliminate such bad guys, but they also guarded them like subordinates. Although Leah looks naughty, she is a very kind girl. She will feel sad when she encounters other people's misfortunes. Being too kind in this world is not a good thing. However, Kyle thinks that this is the kind of girl he likes. Because he can survive because of this kind girl. Kyle reached out and touched the girl's pink head, with tenderness in his eyes. There are good people and bad people in this world. Some bad people are born with the right to be brave. Even the righteous Navy has no right to restrain them. For example, the guy wearing a hood is one of these people, a celestial dragon, the so-called descendant of the creator in this world, and a core member of the world government. Hearing this, the 3 women looked at Kyle in surprise. What did they just hear? Celestial dragon. I heard it right, how could a celestial dragon come here? Kyle didn't find the expressions of the 3 women strange. The existence of celestial dragons in this world is well known. There are records in many books. But most of them are positive information. For example, the descendants of the creator, the supreme ruler of this world, etc. Ordinary people have very limited understanding of this group. Now you know why the Navy didn't stop it, not because they didn't want to, but because they simply didn't have the ability. Sometimes you can't do anything just by relying on the justice in your heart. Doing things beyond your ability will hurt yourself and the people around you. Hearing this, Leah nodded uninterested and didn't talk about this topic anymore. She felt that Kyle was right. Facing the celestial dragons, the justice of the Navy would hardly do anything. Luli asked worriedly. Kyle, do we have to leave here immediately? Kyle nodded. It's time to leave, Luli, take them away from the other side of the island. Chunye thought of Ginny at this time, her eyes drooped, and she looked very lost. Seeing the familiar people about to face danger, and she didn't have the strength to help. At this time, she finally understood the importance of strength. Chunye didn't say anything about staying, and chose to leave here with everyone. If she chose to stay, Kyle and his men might also stay. Whether it would be the case or not, that was not what she wanted to see. Suddenly hearing Kyle's words, she asked in surprise. Huh, brother Kyle, aren't you going with us? The Navy and the Celestial Dragons are coming. It will be troublesome to stay here. Yes, Luli and Leah also looked up at him. Looking at Ginny, who was stopping the members of the Revolutionary Army from running to the port in the distance, Kyle smiled. I still have some things to do. No matter if I can do it or not, I have to try it. Otherwise, I always feel uncomfortable. It's a good opportunity to see what level my strength has reached now. Leah and Chunye wondered what Kyle wanted to do. Luli looked at him in disbelief, obviously having guessed it. Kyle, are you sure? Luli asked as if to confirm. Kyle nodded and gave an affirmative answer. Leah, who was standing by, looked confused and didn't know what Kyle was going to do, but she knew Kyle chose to stay here. She hurriedly said, since Kyle wants to stay, then I have to. Before she could finish her words, she was covered by Luli's mouth. Leah, we are too weak now, and we can't cause trouble for Kyle. Luli understood that the situation this time was different. She chose to come together to face Germa because she knew that Kyle could easily deal with it, and they could also deal with some enemies. But this time was different. If they stayed, they would only become a burden and could not help at all. She knew Kyle's character very well, and he would definitely do what he decided. She stepped forward and kissed Kyle on the face. Without saying anything, she dragged Leah and Chunye in one hand and left quickly. Chapter 68. At the port. More than 10 people have gathered at this time. The old king did not bring too many soldiers, and Dean and Felix followed him. And several guards. After all, it was the Navy who came. If too many people came, they might be considered to have some bad intentions. It would be bad if the Navy opened fire directly at that time. Ginny and some members of the Revolutionary Army hid in the dark, wanting to see the purpose of this group of Navy coming here first. If they really came for them, there would be no hesitation. The Revolutionary Army could not wait for the other party to attack. If necessary, they could only take action to deal with this Navy. Wait for the warship to slowly approach the port. Everyone in the port also saw the few people standing on the bow of the warship at this time. The old king and his 2 sons knelt on the ground with a plop, and their bodies could not help but tremble. The night was dim, and the specific faces of the people on the warship could not be seen clearly, but the old king still recognized the identity of the one in the middle. This kind of dress is definitely a world noble Tianlong. Unexpectedly, their small kingdom of Corgia would welcome such a big man. The Revolutionary Army hiding in the dark also became agitated. At this time, cold sweat broke out on Ginny's forehead, and there was fear and deep hatred in her eyes. How is this possible? Celestial dragons, Navy monster Vice Admiral Sakaski, and members of CP0, how could they come here? As a slave when she was a child, she was afraid of celestial dragons from the bottom of her heart. If it weren't for the God Valley incident, she might have died in the hands of those hateful celestial dragons. Even after so many years, the experience at the time was still unforgettable, and now she saw this race again. Ginny knew that they might be in big trouble today. Originally thought that it was just the Navy coming here from the Grand Line, who would have thought that it was this kind of monster Vice Admiral who came. There were also celestial dragons who came together. Akainu on the bow of the warship looked at the ruins not far away and smiled. Haha, it's really lively, so many little mice are hiding. To be called a monster, the observation haki must be strong. Akainu easily detected the people hiding in the ruins not far away, and some of them were quite powerful from the aura. They would have a certain status on the Grand Line. With such strength, they are hiding in the East China Sea. I think these people are the so-called rebels. The man in the white suit frowned. Judging from the ruins of the port, there has indeed been a battle, but where did the group of guys from Germa go? The group of people below are obviously from this island from their clothes. Eris frowned and looked at the people kneeling at the port with disgust in his eyes. He looked at the man in the suit next to him with questioning in his eyes. Maha, why didn't Germa come to greet me? And what about these untouchables below? Didn't I say that all the untouchables here need to be cleared out? Cold sweat appeared on the forehead of the man in the white suit. He couldn't bear the anger of the celestial dragons. He quickly took out the Den Mushi and prepared to contact Judge. However, there was no response, and he couldn't get in touch at all. He didn't understand what went wrong. Germa had promised him solemnly at the beginning. Now not only did he fail to complete the task, but he couldn't even get in touch with the people. He suddenly had a guess. Could the Germa guys have been killed? It's really possible when you think about it. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the current scene. Ah, Lord Eris, Germa should have been killed. The man in the white suit said with a stiff face. I am willing to personally deal with this group of lowly people. He knew that this was his mistake, and the celestial dragons would not listen to his explanation. He just hoped that he would have a chance to make up for his mistakes. Eris kicked him. Waste, you can't even do this little thing well. If something happens to you this time, the fate of those slaves will be your fate. He was still not satisfied after scolding, so he kicked him hard a few more times. The man in the white suit didn't dare to dodge, and crawled on the ground to let the other party vent. After a while, Eris panted and looked at the people kneeling on the ground below. Untouchable, tell me, where did those bastards in Germa go? And where is the slave named Ginny now? The old king spoke tremblingly, not daring to look directly at the other party. Master, Celestial Dragon, the Germa you mentioned has been destroyed by us, and these people invaded here, and we were also in self-defense. The old king did not say the specific things. From the words of the Celestial Dragon, it can be heard that they came for Germa and those benefactors. He did not blame these people for inviting celestial dragons. The benefactors helped them too much. Without them, Corgi Asia had perished long ago, so how could they blame the other party now? It was even more impossible to betray them. Oh, is that so? What a pity. Your answer, Pariah, makes me very dissatisfied. Eris raised a gun and pointed it at the old king below. He pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, before everyone could react, a bloody hole appeared on the old king's right arm. Father, Dean and Felix hurried to protect the old king. They never expected that the other party would shoot directly. How could he be so unreasonable? Eris threw the pistol aside and laughed heartily. Dirty pariah, you dare to deceive me, this is your fate. It's a pity that I was aiming at your head. The two Dean brothers below were extremely angry when they heard this. This man not only injured their father, but also called him a pariah. Seeing the expressions of the two brothers, the old king held on to the two men tightly, holding back the pain. Don't do anything stupid. The other party is a celestial dragon. If they attack, the whole country will be in disaster. The two brothers also understood this truth. They were full of anger but could only hold it back. Ha ha ha, what an interesting look. It's decided. I want you two to be my slaves. Eris laughed wildly. He pointed his finger at Dean and Felix below and ordered Akainu on the side. Get rid of this group of dirty lowly people. I want these two to be my slaves, and the slave named Ginny. If you don't catch them, your status as a vice admiral will be over. At that time, it won't just be a matter of mission failure. You should know my brother's temper. Akainu narrowed his eyes, looking submissive, but he was extremely angry in his heart. If it weren't for the other party's special identity, he would have killed this guy long ago. He took a deep breath to calm himself, tore off the cloak behind him, and jumped to the port below. Since you are a traitor, it means that you are not innocent even if you die. As for you. Chapter 69. Akainu looked at the old king and his men who had been kneeling not far away. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves. You actually allowed the rebels to live on this island. It doesn't matter whether they are innocent or not. Flames slowly emerged on his fists, and his two fists turned into hot magma. He walked slowly towards the few people. Seeing this scene, the revolutionary army in the ruins behind knew that they could no longer hide. Ginny took a step forward, activated, shaved, and covered her fist with armed color and hit Akainu. It has come to this point. No matter how strong the opponent is, even if it is a navy monster or a celestial dragon, they must fight. Otherwise, everyone will die here today. Akainu raised his hand to block Ginny's attack, and then threw a punch. The hot fist hit Ginny's stomach firmly. Bang! Ginny, who had just rushed up, was blown away by a punch. It took a while before she crawled out of the ruins. Brushing off the dust on her body, Ginny's eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight. Akainu's punch just now did not cause her much damage. She didn't eat so much for nothing. Her body is much stronger than that of ordinary people, how could she be defeated so easily? Akainu was a little surprised by this. Although the attack just now was not full force, it would not be so easy to take it. Originally, I thought that this attack would make the opponent lose the ability to resist. No wonder you can solve Germa. I didn't expect you to have some strength, and you even mastered the 6 styles and domineering, and you know a lot. I'm curious where you learned such a standard 6 styles. Ginny ignored him and shouted to Dean not far away. Take everyone to evacuate, the battle here is not for you to participate. I don't have the extra energy to protect you. Dean nodded silently. Although the words are not pleasant, they are true. He immediately led a few people to evacuate. Akainu did not stop him. The outcome was already determined. Most people on the island would die today. It would be the same whether it was early or late. After seeing most people evacuate, Ginny twisted her hands and mobilized her whole body's momentum. Monster Vice Admiral of the Navy. Haha, let me see how strong you are. Still 6 styles with domineering. A several meter long slash rushed towards Akainu. The figure followed closely behind. The body that looked slightly weak burst out with unbelievable power. The surrounding revolutionary army all watched the battle nervously. This kind of battle was not something they could join. Besides, they also needed to guard against those on the warship. Many people silently prayed that Ginny could defeat the guy in front of them. Even if she couldn't win, she could hold on until tomorrow. The two armies would meet tomorrow, and by then, with the help of Big Bear, they would definitely be able to solve the current crisis. However, the more beautiful the imagination is, the more cruel the reality is. These people didn't understand who the enemy was. They had been active in the East China Sea and didn't know how powerful the strong men outside were. It was difficult for Ginny to fight against the strong men of the 7 warlords of the sea with her strength, let alone Akainu who could be called a monster. Before they had fought a few times, Ginny was beaten back again. This time it was much more serious. Blood flowed from the corners of her mouth, and her clothes became tattered. She lay in the ruins for a long time without getting up. Akainu, who was not far away, didn't take the opportunity to finish him off. After all, the celestial dragons said they wanted to kill him alive. If they killed him, it might cause trouble for themselves, which was not worth it. Ignoring Ginny lying in the ruins, Akainu looked at the others. It's your turn next. Since you are all rebels, let me show you what you are rebelling against. The 2 arms turned into magma, which seemed to contain unimaginable energy. Meteor volcano. As his voice fell, the magma transformed from his hands shot up into the sky. Many people looked at this scene in confusion, not knowing what the man in front of them wanted to do. Instead of attacking them, he released his ability into the air. The doubt did not last long. The originally dark night sky suddenly became as bright as day at this moment. Everyone looked up at the sky, wondering what happened. But when they saw it clearly, they felt cold all over. Bright lights appeared in the originally dark night sky. Dozens of fists transformed from magma broke through the clouds and smashed towards the ground with a whistling sound. This scene gave everyone a strong shock. It is hard to imagine what would happen if such an attack fell down. Maybe the entire port would be destroyed in an instant. Are you kidding? How can we resist such an attack? Some weak direct then he collapsed to the ground and gave up resistance. The old king and his party who retreated to the rear also saw this scene. Dean clenched his fists, thinking that those benefactors who helped them were actually fighting such monsters, while he could only escape in disgrace. A strong sense of unwillingness surged in his heart. At this time, a familiar voice came into his ears. Do you feel desperate? Do you feel that you are too weak and can't do anything in the face of such an attack? Dean looked back in surprise, and didn't notice when there was someone behind him. But he was relieved after seeing the other person's face clearly. Mr. Kyle, why are you still here? Shouldn't you evacuate? Kyle didn't answer him, but continued to ask. Do you know who the other party is, and what will this country face next? Dean lowered his head in silence after hearing this. He didn't know who these guys who suddenly came were. He only knew that they were Tianlong people and the Navy. Looking at the strange phenomenon in the sky, Dean knew very well what would happen next. But he didn't have the strength to resist, and could only watch it all. Do you want to save this country? Kyle asked. Dean answered without thinking. Yes, I want to save this country, but I'm too weak. Kyle smiled and patted his shoulder. Very good, let's make a deal. I'll help you solve your current troubles, and then you can go to sea with me on my ship. Without waiting for Dean's reply, Kyle looked at the bright sky and raised his right hand to clench it gently. Dean hadn't recovered from Kyle's words just now, and he saw an incredible scene. Those magma fists in the sky that were about to attack the ground suddenly seemed to have received some kind of instructions. They stopped at high speed in midair. Then they all turned around and flew away. This, Mr. Kyle, what's going on? Dean seemed to think of something, and looked at Kyle who was still raising his right hand at this time. How about it? Tell me what you think about the conditions just now. Kyle looked at him with a smile. As long as the other party is not stupid, he will definitely make a wise choice. If Kyle really makes a choice that he doesn't want to see, then he can only say sorry. This thing is not for him to look at in vain. Chapter 70. Attacking the Navy is no small matter, and Kyle doesn't want to be rewarded yet. There are only two choices left for Dean. Either get on the ship together, then everyone will be companions, and there will be no leaks. Or die. Only in this way can the secret be kept, right? Looking at Kyle's gentle eyes, Dean couldn't help but shudder. Gudong tilde, he swallowed his saliva and bowed 90 degrees and said. Thank you Mr. Kyle for the invitation, it's an honor to go to sea with you. If he can save this country, he is willing to do anything, not to mention going to sea with such a strong man. Besides, the faint smell of death just now. Dean is sure that if he refused, he would have fallen to the ground by now. Very good, you made a wise choice. Kyle was very satisfied and patted his shoulder with a smile. In that case, then watch carefully what kind of strength your future captain possesses. After saying that, Kyle's figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. There are too many people here, so it is not suitable to change clothes. Kyle originally thought that he didn't need to pretend to be a golden lion, so all kinds of things were still on the ship. But it's not too late to prepare now. At the port. All the Revolutionary Army looked at everything happening in the sky in surprise. At this time, Ginny was also helped up from the ruins, and she also noticed that the attack above her head suddenly disappeared. Looking at Akainu with a stiff face in the distance in confusion. I don't understand what the other party is doing. It's obvious that it's about to fall down. Why did it turn around? Could it be that this guy wants to play a trick on them, or is he considering that there are civilians on the island? But it doesn't look like that at all. Eris on the warship cursed. Sakazuki, what are you doing? Are you pitying these filthy lowly people? Akainu ignored the other party's shouting and cursing. He was also confused at this time. He didn't understand what happened at all. He thought that he could deal with this group of rebels with this attack, but he didn't expect such an accident to happen. He reacted quickly. It was definitely not an accident on his part. The only possibility was that someone else interfered. Haha, it's really interesting. It seems that there are still incredible people on this island. However, he didn't find out who it was specifically. He guessed that it was a person with special abilities hiding in the dark. He didn't care about these. Since he was on this small island, he would catch the other party sooner or later. He raised his foot and walked towards the Revolutionary Army. Little devils, the farce is over. Whether it's you or the little mice hiding in the dark, go to hell obediently. As soon as he stepped on his right foot, the whole ground shook. Then he saw that many places on the ground cracked instantly, and hot magma gushed out. Some unlucky members of the Revolutionary Army were hit by the lava and melted immediately without leaving any ash. Ginny gritted her teeth and watched all this. Akainu's attack just now had already caused her serious injuries. Now she had no chance to run away. Seeing her companions fall one after another, she would probably be captured again and become a slave of the celestial dragons. Is this the end? I can see Shankui tomorrow. I'm so unwilling. Just then, a wild laugh came from the sky. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect that I could meet the running dogs of the world government and the celestial dragons in such a place. Everyone looked up at the sky curiously. I don't understand who is here again. Seeing the strength of the Navy, why is he still so arrogant? Then I saw more than 10 ships floating in the sky. A closer look can also find that they are all snail ships unique to Germa. These are all specially prepared by Kyle. He flew into the air with these ships from the other side of the island. It was nighttime now, and no one noticed it in the dark. After cleaning up the scene, the soldiers of Kojia drove all the ships left by Germa to the other side of the island. After all, this thing can easily attract the attention of outsiders, and blocking the port will also affect the fishermen's boats. The man in the white suit on the warship shouted when he saw this scene. I understand, it was this guy who solved the Germa army. He said that it was impossible for these people on the island to solve all the people of Germa. It turned out to be this guy floating in the sky. Eris kicked him. Asshole, what are you yelling about? Do you think we are blind? Standing at the port, Akainu frowned and looked at the vague figure floating in the night sky. In his perception, the other party's strength was not very strong. But the other party's dress surprised him. A head of long golden hair, and 2 long swords seemed to be under his legs, wearing a coat. This kind of dress, this kind of arrogant words. There is no mistake. In an instant, Akainu thought of a person. The former captain of the Sky Pirates. Golden Lion, Shiki. He was supposed to be imprisoned in Impel Down, but he suddenly escaped from prison 8 years ago and disappeared afterwards. The world government never heard of him again. Akainu didn't expect to meet the legendary pirate in such a place. When Golden Lion became famous, he was just a rookie in the training camp. I didn't expect this guy to appear in the East China Sea after escaping from Impel Down for many years. He looked at the person above with a serious look. Golden Lion is not one of those weak people not far away. He was able to compete with Roger and later attacked the Navy headquarters. All these things show that the other party is not easy to mess with. However, Even if the other party is the strongest person of the last era, what can he do? Even Roger, who is called the Pirate King, is dead. The times have changed. And the aura of the other party is not very strong. The aura of Akainu suddenly surged, and circles of air waves swept out, staring straight at the person above. He is a man who aspires to become an admiral and a marshal. How could he be afraid of a mere pirate? Hee, Golden Lion Shiki, I didn't expect your strength to be so decadent now. Since you have escaped from the Impel Downs, it would be better to hide in the corner obediently. Why come out and embarrass yourself? Akainu did not ask why the other party appeared in the East China Sea. Since he is a pirate, just destroy him. It doesn't matter if there is any conspiracy at that time. The words were full of sarcasm. Golden Lion, Kyle, looked at Akainu below with a smile. Not to mention, this feeling is quite exciting. He was not angry when Akainu mocked him, because he was not talking about him anyway, and the real Golden Lion would probably be asleep by now. He was not to be outdone and mocked back. Ha 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 ha, Lava Kid, I didn't expect to meet you in the East China Sea. 15 years ago, you seemed to be just a kid following that bastard Garp, what? Now you want to capture me and take me back to Impel Down. Kyle actually had no prejudice against Akainu, and as a Navy, he was doing what the Navy should do. It was natural to capture pirates in the Revolutionary Army. But who made him a pirate now? Kyle would not tell others what was right or wrong. That was something that only children would think about, and adults would only consider what they needed and what they wanted to do. The two looked at each other quietly, and there seemed to be a storm in the air, foreshadowing the upcoming terrible war. The next moment, Akainu took the lead, and a large amount of magma was ejected from his feet, pushing him to fly high in the sky at a high speed. Dog bites Red Lotus. Both fists were elementalized, turning into two ferocious dog heads burning with flames. The terrifying high temperature was like a burning sun, illuminating the entire port. He blasted straight at Kyle above. Seeing the incoming attack, Kyle did not dare to be careless. If he accidentally flipped over, it would be tragic. The clenched right fist slowly loosened, and the ship floating in the air suddenly lost control. All of them smashed towards Akainu, who was flying in the air. Everyone retreat immediately. Seeing this scene, Ginny below hurriedly yelled, holding her body and leading the Revolutionary Army to evacuate at a high speed. She knew very well how big those ships were. If they were hit, they would be disabled if not killed. Seeing the falling ships, Akainu just smiled faintly. This kind of attack can't hurt me. A punch was thrown. The terrifying magma shot out, and the ships it touched were dissolved in an instant. The ships following behind were not spared either. Golden Lion, this kind of attack is useless to me. Looking at Akainu getting closer and closer to him, Kyle felt that he was getting into the role. A feeling of looking down on the world came to him. Ha 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 ha, little magma devil, you don't think that I have only this much strength. He clenched his right hand. Lion's power, see scroll. As if he was afraid that Akainu couldn't hear it, Kyle deliberately increased the volume. Make sure the other party can hear it clearly. The next moment, the sea surface below was violently churning. 5 or 6 huge lion heads made of seawater rose up and rushed to a height of hundreds of meters. The target was Akainu. Due to the rising seawater, huge waves were raised on the sea surface of the port. The warships on the sea also shook violently. The celestial dragon Eris fell to the deck with a plop without standing firmly. The woman tied with chains at the back also fell down. Seeing this, the members of the CP organization were almost scared to death. They just looked up, ignoring the celestial dragon master beside him. At this time, he reacted and hurriedly helped Eris up. Eris, who stood up, was instantly furious. He raised his pistol and pointed it at the woman who had just overwhelmed him. Dirty slave, how dare you attack me? With a bang of the gun, the woman fell in a pool of blood before she could even beg for mercy. Eris was still not satisfied at this time and wanted to kill all the slaves here, but unfortunately there were no bullets in the gun. He shouted to a CP member next to him. "You, get rid of these slaves, they have committed an unforgivable crime." The CP member standing aside was terrified at this time, and was relieved to see that the celestial dragons did not blame them. He quickly dragged these women away to avoid causing Eris's anger again. After getting rid of these slaves, Eris yelled at Akainu in the sky. "Damn Navy, is this your efficiency? Get rid of that damn pirate quickly, I want to let him know the anger of the celestial dragons." Looking at the rising sea water, Akainu frowned. As a person with a special ability, and a natural magma ability, facing the sea water is inherently at a disadvantage. At this time, he heard the annoying words of the celestial dragons below. The whole person became irritable. Ignoring Eris who was shouting below, Akainu quickly took off and got rid of the sea water that was about to drown him. "I am a navy, but I carry the justice of the world. How can I allow you to continue to mess around?" At this time, he no longer had the idea of trying the legendary Golden Lion's strength, but just wanted to get rid of this guy quickly, otherwise it might be dangerous. It is not a good thing for a person with a special ability to be on the sea, especially against the Golden Lion's ability to fly. He used his full power and rushed towards Kyle at high speed. He swung his fists in the air continuously. Countless lava fists directly covered all of Kyle's retreat routes. "Die, Golden Lion, this world doesn't need pirates like you." Kyle didn't dodge or evade, but just waved his hand. The lava fists in the sky turned around and attacked Akainu. How is it possible? Akainu couldn't believe it when he saw this. He also had a certain understanding of Golden Lion's ability, and when he could do this. Having such strength is not a good thing for the Navy. For justice, it seems that I must kill you here today. The lava fists that turned around did not cause any harm to him, and they merged into his body when they touched him. Kyle, who was not far away, did not rush to attack, but asked with a smile. "Lava Kid, you keep shouting justice, but are you defending justice or order?" Kyle pointed to the warship below. "Kid, your so-called justice is to protect that kind of trash. You saw the women who just died, right? Is this what you call justice? It's not your turn as a pirate to judge whether it's right or wrong." Akainu looked at Kyle fiercely as if his reverse scale was touched. This guy in front of him is too difficult to deal with. He can't attack at all. Every time he is about to get close, the opponent will suddenly flash back, and he can't catch up with that extremely fast speed. The opponent can be directly controlled by the long-range attack, and the speed of close-range attack is not as fast as the opponent. Akainu is getting more and more frustrated at this time. "Ha ha ha, kid, your so-called justice is to only bully those weak pirates. And be proud of it. Why don't you dare to clean up the greatest evil in the world? Could it be that you are also bullying the weak and afraid of the strong?" Kyle kept dodging Akainu's attacks, and at the same time used the art of speaking high. Facing a person with the ability of Akainu is simply a natural nemesis. As long as you are not touched by the opponent, you will be invincible. He had never used his full strength before, and he had no accurate understanding of his own strength. Now he finally has a certain degree of confidence. He can be regarded as a strong man in this world. As long as he is not an energy or special ability user, he is not afraid of anyone. What a bullshit domineering power that is superior to the fruit ability, it is only because the fruit ability is not strong enough. If domineering power is really above everything, there is no Nika fruit. Of course. Except for those domineering colors that are against the sky. He can now directly control Akainu to throw him into the sea, no matter how powerful he is. It still won't work in the sea. It's just that he doesn't want such a navy to be lost here. The other party's philosophy is what the navy needs now. Chapter 71. You bastard. Being unable to attack the opponent already made Akainu extremely uncomfortable, and now he was constantly humiliated by words. His aura was unstable for a while. In this state, he could not concentrate on using his observation hockey. As if venting, both fists left afterimages. Countless hot magma filled the air. Since becoming a navy for so long, Akainu has never felt such a sense of frustration. Kyle just waved his hand calmly, and instantly resolved all of Akainu's attacks. The verbal attacks continued, just to prevent Akainu from concentrating on using his observation hockey. It is impossible to pretend to be a golden lion without any flaws. If it is a familiar person or a person with strong observation hockey, it is easy to see the problem. The face can be covered with a mask, and the clothes can be changed to the same style, but the aura cannot be imitated. Is this the so-called great pirate? Is he only capable of running away? Akainu saw that his attack had no effect, so he simply landed on the ground in the port, raised his head and looked up coldly. Now both sides were in a stalemate. Kyle didn't fight him at all, so Akainu had no place to show his strength. What the hell is the Navy doing? It's been so long, why haven't they solved the pirates above? Is this the kind of person that the five elders are targeting? On the warship, Eris cursed with a red and swollen forehead. When he set out from Marihoa, he made a promise to his brother, but he didn't know that the damn Navy was so useless. He pointed his finger at the Marines and CP members behind him. What are you bastards still doing here? Are you as useless as that guy Sakaski? Don't you know to catch those slaves first? Listening to Eris's irritable words, everyone hesitated. The purpose of their trip was to protect the celestial dragons. If they left and something happened to them, they would not have a good ending. The man in the white suit lowered his head and said in a trembling voice, "Lord Eris, if we leave, your safety." Eris raised his foot and kicked again. "Asshole, I am a celestial dragon. How dare these lowly people attack me? Hurry up and catch those slaves for me, otherwise you will all die when you return to the Holy Land." Eris cursed and kicked, and the man in the white suit lying on the deck was like a sculpture. He just endured everything so firmly. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He could not resist the orders of the celestial dragons, so he could only execute them. He also prayed in his heart that nothing unexpected would happen. Seeing all this, Akainu smiled and looked at Kyle in the sky. "I don't know why you, as a great pirate, are here, but it should be related to that group of rebels. That's right, maybe you, as a great pirate, are the leader of this group of rebels. I don't know if you are naive or confident in your own strength, but you actually think that such a group of people want to overthrow the current world." Akainu felt that he had guessed everything. No wonder Golden Lion disappeared after escaping from prison. I didn't expect that he would hide in the East China Sea and have such a plot. The world government has long been aware of the Revolutionary Army. However, the people in the Revolutionary Army are just quietly recruiting some useless ordinary civilians and slaves. I am not very strong. Therefore, the world government did not pay much attention to them, just some small bugs. And now Akainu is only a vice admiral, and he doesn't know much about the Revolutionary Army. It makes sense to guess that Golden Lion is the leader of this group of people. Kyle also noticed the group of Marines and CP members. Ginny is seriously injured now, and the other members of the Revolutionary Army are probably no match for these CP members. There is basically no one on the island who can compete with this group of people. He sighed softly, "It seems that I still have to do it myself." He grabbed down with his right hand and shouted loudly, "Lion's power, earth roll." The next moment, the sand covering the entire port with Akainu as the center rose from the ground, transformed into 7 huge lion heads formed by sand. The lion heads rushed towards Akainu in a surrounding manner, and all the Marines and CP members along the way were also involved. The coverage area is too large, and these people can't escape the fate of being wrapped in sand even if they use various means. Some CP members with strong strength also tried to break away, but it was useless. Many times when they were about to rush out of the attack range, they would be dragged back into it by an invisible force. Akainu's eyes condensed, and magma rose under his feet. What a terrible attack. I can't underestimate you, Golden Lion. Looking at the Marines and CP members wrapped in the sand, Akainu did not go to rescue them. It's okay for him to attack, but it would be difficult for him to rescue people. If he really goes to rescue, the people might be melted by the magma before they are rescued. With the hot magma gushing out from under his feet, Akainu wanted to get out of here first. Although this would not cause him much harm, he was not willing to try it easily. Maybe there would be other attacks following behind. The next moment, something strange happened. Akainu was surprised to find that his elemental legs had lost control, and the magma under his feet began to spray everywhere. The lion head formed by the surrounding sand was melted into holes, and some unlucky Marines and CP members were also hit. Screams rang out. That's not all. The elemental legs lost control, and Akainu could not keep flying, falling straight down. At this time, Kyle's laughter was also heard. Ha ha ha, Lava Kid, my attack is not so easy to dodge. Asshole. Akainu only had time to curse before he was covered by countless sand. After everything calmed down, only a huge deep pit and a round ball formed by sand were left in the port. The Revolutionary Army retreated to a distance, and looked at everything that happened in the port with their mouths wide open in surprise. How strong can such a horrible scene be caused? Is it over? A member asked cautiously. It should be over. How can you survive such an attack? But that navy looks very powerful. Everyone was talking about it. No one noticed that Ginny was covering her mouth at this time, her eyes full of disbelief. She was born in intelligence. The greatest ability is to collect intelligence, and it is definitely not possible without strong observation. Golden Lion knew that such a powerful pirate could not appear here at all. Even if they appeared, they would not have failed to discover it. Moreover, she was very familiar with the aura of the man above, as she had met him at a banquet not long ago. There was no way he could be mistaken. She whispered softly. Who are you? Why did you get involved in this? What does it have to do with the Golden Lion? Neither Corgis nor the Revolutionary Army have much to do with you. Ginny had too many questions now. Kyle's identity, and his ability to dress up as the Golden Lion so much like him. She didn't believe that the other party was just from a small place. The various abilities he showed now were proof of this. She really didn't expect that the boys she met in Oiko would have such strength now. At this time, she also had serious doubts about the intelligence investigated by the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army had investigated Kyle since they first met him. This kind of unknown ability person was exactly the talent recruited by the Revolutionary Army. In order to be safe, the Revolutionary Army chose to observe first and contact him after the investigation was clear. The result also made them very satisfied. Kyle came from a small island called Maple Leaf Island. He was rescued by a merchant ship when he was 6 years old. There was nothing special about what happened afterwards. Just some ordinary life and the experience of going out to learn swordsmanship. Originally, when they met again on Corgi, Ginny wanted to reconcile and try to recruit Kyle. But the sudden attack of the warship disrupted the rhythm. Now he saw the scene of the other party fighting with the Navy again. Ginny began to get entangled. It should be a good thing that the other party has such strength. But it was because of this that Ginny was very entangled. The unknown origin is suspected to be related to the Golden Lion. At this time, Ginny had a lot of thoughts and did not pay attention to the conversations of other members. Until a loud, boom, sound came from the port. Everyone looked up at the same time. The sandball standing in the deep pit made a loud noise, and then a stream of magma suddenly spurted out from one side. Then a large hole with a diameter of about 5 or 6 meters appeared. A man with magma flowing all over his body walked out slowly. It was Akainu. This kind of attack is useless to me. But you really deserve to die, killing a member of the Navy in front of me. For justice, it seems that I must find a way to get rid of you no matter what. Akainu looked at the person above with indifference. At this time, he had lost his patience. Not only did he fail to complete the mission, but he also lost dozens of Marines. It is conceivable that returning to the Navy headquarters will cause a lot of discussion, and the promotion to Admiral will probably be affected. What mission? What celestial dragon? Akainu no longer cares about these things at this time. Now he just wants to kill the person in the sky. The whole body began to elementalize. Magma would flow to the ground from time to time, making a sizzling sound. Ha ha ha, kid, you really don't remember. Your attack is ineffective against me, so don't waste your time, just leave here obediently. Kyle shook his head helplessly. I thought Akainu would understand the gap between the two sides, but I didn't expect that he was still stubborn and wanted to attack. This scene was a naked insult in Akainu's eyes. Damn it, don't look down on me. He rushed up, and countless magma shot at Kyle. Seeing this, Kyle could only sigh. It seems that this guy will not give up unless he gives Akainu a hard time. A bold idea also appeared in his mind. I don't know what will happen if Akainu leaves the Navy. Waving his hand to disperse the flying magma, Kyle just floated in the air, waiting for Akainu's attack. Ha ha ha, Magma Kid, let me help you implement thorough justice. Damn pirate, you are not qualified to talk about justice. Seeing Kyle not dodging or evading, Akainu felt even more aggrieved. How much this guy looked down on people. When the distance was only about 10 meters, Akainu suddenly swung his right fist. Hell dog. Seeing this scene, Kyle showed a weird smile. He made a move with his right hand towards the celestial dragons on the warship below. The next moment, the fist hit the body, and the sizzling sound of high temperature corroding the flesh came out. But it was not what Akainu imagined. The person in front of him was very familiar, and it was not the golden lion at all. It was the celestial dragon, Fegaland Eris. Eris' eyes were still confused at this time, and he didn't understand what happened and why he suddenly appeared in the air. Then he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Looking down, a fist with hot magma flowing through his abdomen. Looking up at Akainu in front of him, Eris said in disbelief, and kept spitting out blood foam. Damn Navy, you dare. Before he finished speaking, Eris closed his eyes and completely lost consciousness. Akainu was stunned at this time. How could it be? Why did the celestial dragon appear in front of him? He should have attacked the golden lion. At that speed just now, how could it be possible? Akainu saw Eris suddenly appear in front of his fist. The distance was too close, and it was too late to withdraw his hand. At this time, Kyle had already flown more than 10 meters away, holding a camera in his hand. He pointed at Akainu and clicked. It just happened to capture the scene of Akainu's fist piercing the celestial dragon. Ha ha ha, Magma Kid, how about this gift? I tell you, this is true justice. Ha ha ha. Vice Admiral Sakaski killed the evil celestial dragon with his own hands. This news will definitely shock the whole world. Looking at the photo in his hand. I don't know what the high-ranking Navy officials will think when they see this scene, especially that guy Sengoku. Kyle said with a bad taste. Ignoring the almost crazy expression of Akainu not far away. At this time, Akainu felt that the sky had fallen. He actually killed the celestial dragons, even if it was because the enemy used special means. But it is a fact that he killed the celestial dragons. The world government will not talk to him about reason. As a vice admiral of the Navy, he knows very well what the consequences of killing the celestial dragons will be. Even if he is a vice admiral, the world government will not allow him to continue living. Why can the celestial dragons always stand at the top of the world? No one dares to kill the celestial dragons easily. It is not just because of the status of the world's nobles. It is because they have the world government as a backing. Everyone who dares to provoke the celestial dragons will face tragic consequences. He still remembers the fishman who just let go of a group of slaves of Mary Geoise a year ago. He died because he touched the authority of the celestial dragons. Now he has killed the celestial dragons with his own hands, and the consequences can be imagined. What's more, the damn pirate on the opposite side actually took a photo. This bastard obviously had planned to do this a long time ago. He was fooled by this guy from the beginning. Marines, CP members, and celestial dragons are all dead, leaving only him alive. This guy just wants to frame him. He wants him to be an enemy of the world government. Akainu is like crazy at this time. Damn bastard. Damn, how dare you. Countless magma fists went straight to Kyle. He wanted to get rid of this guy completely. Maybe it can offset the serious consequences this time. Chapter 72. Looking at Akainu who was close to madness, Kyle stepped back slowly, shaking the freshly baked photo in his hand. Kid, you look angry. As a Navy, isn't it your duty to eradicate evil forces? Shouldn't you feel proud of doing such a great thing? Akainu shouted loudly. Damn bastard, do you know what you did? Even you can't bear the wrath of the Figarand family. No, kid, you were wrong. It was not me who killed him. Kyle shook the photo and said in a very annoying way. I have evidence here, don't accuse a good person casually. Puff. Hearing this, Akainu felt a pain in his chest and spit out a mouthful of blood. He really didn't expect the other party to be so shameless. The former Golden Lion was a strong man with his own pride. How could he do such a shameless thing? But how could he become like this after entering the Impel Downs once? Akainu forced himself to calm down. Things have developed to this point. No matter how angry he is, it will not help. The most urgent thing is to think about the next plan. It is too difficult to cover up the truth, not to mention how to snatch the photos from Kyle. Even the people on this island don't know how to deal with it. Maybe someone saw him killing the celestial dragon. Now the Navy will definitely not be able to go back. Eris's identity is not just an ordinary celestial dragon. Just from the surname, you can know a thing or two. This guy has a celestial dragon brother with a high status. He is the legendary commander of the Knights of God, Feijaland Galanshung. Akainu doesn't know much about this special celestial dragon, he only knows that the other party has a high status. His personality is also extremely cruel. He is a special existence that can punish celestial dragons. Akainu can imagine what consequences he will encounter if the things here are reported back. I didn't expect that a mission would lead me to this point. Akainu thought a lot at this time. The Navy must have reached its limit. Should he also go out to sea to become a pirate like other guys? No, Akainu shook his head firmly. He would never become a pirate no matter what, even if he died. He would never forget that scene when he was a child. Thinking of the dream of joining the Navy from the beginning, thinking that he could completely end this chaotic world with his own strength. But now, everything has become a bubble. Suddenly, Akainu's breath dropped sharply. He fell directly from a high altitude and fell to the ground at the port. There was endless loneliness in his eyes. Haha, it's really ridiculous. Looking at the decadent Akainu lying on the ground, Kyle sighed. This blow is indeed a bit big for Akainu now. The person who can dedicate everything for justice is now on the opposite side. Raising his hand and waving, Kyle controlled Akainu to fly into the air. The two of them just stared at each other quietly. After a while, Kyle said, "Why, just killing a celestial dragon makes you so depressed?" Akainu smiled self-deprecatingly. Hee, I don't know if you really don't understand or are just pretending. What are the consequences of killing a celestial dragon? Now he didn't have the heart to attack Kyle, he couldn't hit him anyway, it was just a waste of effort. Is this what you call justice? Kyle shouted. Where is the person who can give everything for justice? Isn't it the Navy's job to eradicate evil? What about celestial dragons? Are they not evil just because they are powerful and have a high status? Ha, it's really ridiculous. A pirate actually taught me what justice is. Akainu suddenly yelled at Kyle. What do you know as a pirate? Do you think that killing a celestial dragon is justice? Will the world become better? Have you ever thought about the consequences? How many people will be buried with the death of a celestial dragon? The world will only become more chaotic. Isn't the world chaotic enough? Or are there not enough people dying every day? Kyle asked. Do you think that killing pirates will make the world better? Then tell me why there are more and more pirates nowadays. Is it just because of Roger's words that everyone is willing to go out to sea as a pirate? Can they abandon their families? Do you know why? Why? Akainu asked subconsciously, and suddenly felt something was wrong. Kyle ignored these and continued. The justice you believe in and the order you want to maintain are wrong. Many pirates do deserve to die, but many people are forced to die by this world. Kyle pointed to the members of the Revolutionary Army not far below. Tell me what these people did wrong. Rebels deserve to die. Akainu snorted. Hee, they don't rob, they don't attack civilians, and most of the time they help people who are suffering everywhere. Then tell me what they did wrong. Are they evil just because they resist this damn world? Or is it wrong for others to do what you dare not do? Kyle laughed out loud. It just so happens that now that he has met Akainu, his extreme personality must be changed. What the other party did was not wrong, but he went in the wrong direction. What's the point of thinking about killing all the pirates all day long? As long as this morbid order exists, the pirates will never disappear. This is why Roger said such a sentence before he died. A single sentence cannot cause such a big noise. It just gives a reason to all those who want to rebel against this world. Kyle can't judge whether this approach is right or wrong. After all, many things will not be understood without personal experience. It's the same as fooling Akainu now. At this time, Akainu was speechless. How could he not know that the celestial dragons were the greatest evil in the world, but what could he do? He was just a small navy and had no strength to fight against the world government and the celestial dragons. Since you are pursuing absolute justice, then carry it through to the end. If you don't have strength, then accumulate strength. If you don't have companions, then go find them. Kyle was like a scholar at this time, with his hands behind his back and words of encouragement. What do you mean? Akainu suddenly didn't understand the other person's thoughts. He was obviously a pirate, but he taught him what justice was and asked him to insist on absolute justice. Is this what a big pirate can say? Suddenly, Akainu thought of something, looked at Kyle in front of him and asked. You are not the Golden Lion. Who are you? Quote. At this time, he finally reacted. How could Golden Lion tell him these things? That kind of pirate knows nothing about justice. From the beginning, Akainu felt something was wrong. The other party deliberately used a mask to cover his face, which was not in line with the style of the great pirate Golden Lion. People like that don't bother to hide themselves. It's just that he didn't have much contact with Golden Lion and didn't know him well. Seeing that Kyle was dressed very much like Golden Lion, and his attacking moves were the same as Golden Lion. That's why he didn't doubt it. Now that he calmed down, he found all kinds of abnormalities. And the aura was not very strong, but now the other party has never used hockey. At first, Akainu thought that Golden Lion fell into depravity because of defeat. Now he found out that these are two people. But he can be sure that this person must have a certain relationship with Golden Lion, otherwise he couldn't pretend to be so similar. The tone of speech and fighting moves at the beginning. People who are not familiar with him can't imitate it at all. Does it matter who it is? Kyle asked back. He was not surprised by this. It was only a matter of time before he was found out. As long as his true identity was not known, it would not be a problem. Even if Akainu told others that the Golden Lion here was fake, no one would believe it. Akainu stared at Kyle for a long time before saying, no matter who you are, tell me your purpose and why you do this. And what did you mean by that sentence just now? My purpose. Kyle looked at Akainu with a smile. Actually, I don't have any big purpose. I just hope you don't cause trouble for those people below. That's it. Akainu looked at Kyle in disbelief. This is fucking sick. It's necessary to make such a small matter like this. Killing the celestial dragons and framing them. Who would believe this reason? Well, it's not just this matter. The main thing is that I think you and them may become companions. Kyle pointed to the Revolutionary Army below. Ha ha ha, so that's it. You want me to be an undercover in the Navy. Akainu suddenly laughed, and then looked at Kyle with cold eyes. I don't know who you are, but you think everything is too good, thinking that you can make me surrender with a photo. You are so naive, ha ha ha. Akainu became more and more excited and began to curse. I am a Navy, how can I be with a group of traitors? It seems that you still need to calm down. Kyle sighed helplessly. It is not that easy to persuade Akainu. Press down with your right hand. Akainu in the air fell directly into the sea below without resistance. The consequences of a person with ability falling into the sea can be imagined. Several minutes later, Kyle controlled Akainu to fly high in the sky again. From beginning to end Akainu didn't even resist. He didn't care that he was wet. Not only did he lose his will to fight, but Kyle's control method was not something that ordinary people could remove. After being soaked in the sea water, Akainu calmed down a lot. He looked at Kyle with confusion in his eyes. Judging from the ability he just showed, it would be easy for the other party to kill him, just throw him into the sea. But the other party didn't do that. Instead, he talked to him about justice. It turned out that the other party didn't take it seriously from the beginning, and everything was just acting. As expected. Teacher Zepha was right, we can't underestimate anyone on the sea, and we might die at any time. It seems that you have calmed down. Kyle asked. I think you should also know the gap between us. Do you know why I didn't use this method on you from the beginning? And I told you so much. Akainu raised his head and looked at him quietly without saying anything. The meaning was also very clear, and he really wanted to know. Because I want to see a different navy, a navy that is no longer called the loyal dog of the celestial dragons, a navy that can truly change the world. After a long silence, Akainu asked. With such strength, why don't you change it yourself, but choose me? I'm not interested in that. Kyle spread his hands. It's so tiring to do this kind of thing. You haven't even started to enjoy your good life yet. This responsibility of changing the world should be left to people with ideals like you. Kyle suddenly stared at him seriously. You don't want to die so easily, do you? Don't you want to try to change the world? You are a Navy, do you want to give up your dream? Haha, how can I stay in the Navy after killing the celestial dragons? Akainu laughed at himself. Kyle never wanted to do what he said. But now there is no chance. The world government will not allow a person who has killed a celestial dragon to continue to be a Navy. Seeing Akainu's tone loosen, Kyle also breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that this guy was a stubborn guy. It was a pity that such a real Navy died. As expected, you still have to show your strength. Only when such a strong man is convinced will he listen to you seriously. Why not? The great pirate Golden Lion killed the celestial dragons, and Vice Admiral Sakaski was seriously injured in order to protect the celestial dragons. He was defeated by Golden Lion and finally fainted on a small island somewhere. Akainu. He really didn't expect that the guy in front of him was so wicked that he directly put the blame on Golden Lion. If he didn't know that you were pretending, he might be a little moved. But this reason can really be fooled. The information about the appearance of Golden Lion in Korkia is estimated to have been passed back by the CP members. And how could the world government believe the words of this group of traitors below? Even Akainu didn't say anything. Kyle could guess his thoughts. How could such a proud person directly agree to such a practice? It seems you have figured it out, so I'll let you get hurt next. Kyle made a move towards the bottom. A long knife came through the air and was caught steadily by Kyle, with the armament hockey covering it. Then the long knife was like a sharp sword, piercing into Akainu's body at an unseen speed. Then the knife flashed continuously. Blood holes appeared one after another, and dozens of large and small wounds appeared on his body. This scene shocked Akainu again. At this time, he couldn't move at all, and could only bear it silently. He really couldn't think of how to break such a heaven-defying ability. It's really a terrible ability. Okay. Kyle clapped his hands and looked at Akainu in front of him, who was covered in blood. With such injuries, those guys in the world government shouldn't suspect anything. These injuries look serious, but they are all avoided. With Akainu's physique, it's no problem for him to bear it for a few days. This period of time is enough for him to wait for the support of the Navy. Seeing the lava everywhere in the harbor, Kyle sighed. It's not easy to land here. His observation hockey covered him, and soon he found a small boat in a corner of the sea. The two landed on the boat. Kyle didn't have to worry about getting too close to Akainu and being attacked. He didn't dare to get too close in the air before, fearing that the other party would suddenly attack him. Throw a den mushi to Akainu. Here, remember to call for support later, don't really die. Akainu took the den mushi silently. Looking at Kyle weakly, he said, I hope you won't become a villain, otherwise I will come to kill you even if I die, even if I am not your opponent. Alright, think about yourself first. Kyle waved his hand impatiently. Suddenly he added. Also, those people are not rebels, they are the Revolutionary Army, a group of pioneers working hard to make the world a better place. What they are doing now should be what your Navy should do. After saying that, he directly controlled the boat to fly far away without waiting for Akainu's reply. Chapter 73. After sending Akainu away, Kyle controlled the seawater to pour it on the port again. It was difficult for others to deal with the magma everywhere. After everything was done, Kyle disappeared into the night in a flash. Another small port. A small boat on the sea was swaying alone in the wind. Luli, Leah, and Chunye were standing at the bow. The three women didn't look worried at this time. At first, they were really afraid that Kyle would have an accident. After all, someone who could make him pay so much attention must be very powerful. Leah kept clamoring to help. If Luli hadn't stopped her, she would have rushed into the battlefield long ago. If she couldn't go to the battlefield, she could only pay attention to the situation here. Leah, who had a special observation color, was obviously very suitable to be a war correspondent. She had been paying attention to the battlefield since the beginning of the battle. On the bow deck, Chunye leaned against the railing with her hands supporting her chin and looked at Leah next to her expectantly. Sister Leah, how is the battle going now? Has the guy with lava all over his body been defeated by Brother Kyle? At this time, Leah blinked her big eyes, her eyes full of entanglement. How did this bad guy suddenly become so powerful? It seems that revenge will have to be postponed again. Mumbling to herself, she didn't pay any attention to Chunya's words. Luli raised her hand and knocked on her forehead. Don't just watch yourself, girl, tell us why there is no movement over there. Oh. After being knocked, Leah said absent-mindedly, Hee, the battle over there is over, and the guy with lava was seriously injured by Kyle, but I don't know why Kyle let him go again. Yeah, Brother Kyle really won, so awesome. Chunye jumped up with joy. I didn't care about the bad guy being let go, as long as the battle was won, it didn't matter. Luli also breathed a sigh of relief. She knew that Kyle was very powerful, but she was not able to see the specific battle situation, which made her feel uneasy. Now she finally heard good news. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the women. It was Kyle. At this time, he had changed his clothes, the same floral shirt and beach pants as before. He was wearing flip-flops. The costume of the Golden Lion had been destroyed by him. Now that all the enemies have been solved, there will be no more Golden Lions on this island, only Kyle. Seeing him, Luli and Leah rushed over directly. The three of them hugged each other tightly. Luli leaned on Kyle's chest and whispered, "You've worked hard." Leah pouted and said unhappily, "Humph, stupid Kyle, how come you are so powerful all of a sudden? You have such a powerful strength, but you still let us hide so far away." I don't know since when Leah took Kyle as her target. She fantasized about defeating him one day, and then taking revenge on Kyle for bullying her all these years. She had challenged Kyle many times over the years, but unfortunately she always ended up losing. But she was not discouraged. She always felt that as long as she was stronger, she could catch up with Kyle. Of course, this was all an illusion given to her by Kyle, and the silly girl had never noticed it. Now she suddenly saw Kyle's strong strength. She finally understood that Kyle had been coaxing children in the battle all along. "Why, you seem very unhappy that I have this strength, Leah." Kyle smiled and pinched the girl's face. It was soft, as if pinching a piece of jelly. "I'm not. Don't talk nonsense." The girl quickly denied it. How could she admit such a thing? It would be so embarrassing if Kyle knew it. She twisted her head to break free from the devil's claws. Kyle pinched Luli's little face again. Well, it was also very soft. At this time, Chun-Yi coughed. Why don't you restrain yourself a little? There's a living person standing next to you." Looking at the three people being affectionate, Chun-Yi felt very uncomfortable. They don't even avoid outsiders. Hearing this, Luli immediately let go of her hand with a red face, tilted her head and pinched the corner of her clothes a little embarrassedly. "Just now, I was so excited that I forgot that Chun-Yi was beside me." "What's the matter, Chun-Yi? You will get used to it after seeing it more in the future," Leah said nonchalantly, still hanging on Kyle like a koala. Chun-Yi. The few of them talked about the details of the battle on the boat for a while. Even though Leah had told them the whole process of the battle before, they still listened to it with great interest. Kyle also told the girls about the relationship between the celestial dragons and the Navy, and why he let the Navy go. Until he was asked about the identity of the celestial dragon, Kyle slapped his forehead. Only then did he realize that he had never known who the celestial dragon was or which family he came from. The only thing he knew was that guy's name was Eris. But Kyle had never heard of this name before. He guessed that he was just an ordinary celestial dragon. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. After telling the girls what happened, he took them back to the Kogia Palace. At the square, the Revolutionary Army and the old king and his party looked at each other. Is it all over? The Navy and the pirates are gone. Everyone was still a little bit unbelievable at this time. Today, not only did they see the high and mighty celestial dragon, but also the legendary pirate, the Golden Lion. Everyone witnessed the catastrophic battle just now. More than a dozen ships fell from the sky, magma spread all over the sky, and 100-meter-high sea lion head. No matter which one it was, it refreshed everyone's cognition by a long way. What's even more exaggerated is that the great pirate Golden Lion defeated all the Navy, and the celestial dragon seemed to have died at the hands of the other party. It's late at night now. It's dark on the sea, and the same is true in the sky. Basically, no one pays attention to how the celestial dragon died. In the end, it's natural to think that the death of the celestial dragon was caused by Golden Lion. After all, he is a pirate. The two sides are in hostile camps. As for the Navy, no one thinks about this possibility. It's basically known that the Navy has an obligation to protect the celestial dragons. Even if someone says that it was a Kainu who did it, no one would believe it. A crowd of people talked about it. They were all discussing why these two major forces appeared in Corgi. The old king came to Ginny, followed by several doctors. "Miss Ginny, your injury is okay." At this time, Ginny didn't care about her image at all, and was stuffing a large piece of barbecue into her mouth. Her mouth was full of food, and her cheeks bulged high. Seeing the concerned old king, Ginny waved her hand indifferently. "They are just some minor injuries, it's okay." "Eric, take them to see if there are any other injured people. The old king had a clear understanding of Ginny's appetite, and he didn't feel strange to see the tall plate. He was just a little surprised at how fast Ginny recovered from her injuries. Not long ago, she was in a state of serious injury, but now she is full of energy, just like a normal person. Okay, I'll take them to see other injured people first. The old king took a group of doctors to other places, to order everyone not to disturb them. After the old king left, the Revolutionary Army cadre wearing a magic hat whispered, "Miss Ginny, what should we do next? That celestial dragon is..." The man didn't continue. Ginny naturally understood what he said. Among the group of people in the Revolutionary Army, including Corgi, only he and himself knew how the celestial dragon died. But it's useless to know who it was. The world government will definitely send people to investigate the death of a celestial dragon, and Corgia, who is on the battlefield, will definitely be destroyed regardless of whether it is responsible or not. Even if the world government is told the truth, it will be useless. She knows too well what these celestial dragons do. If it is a member country, it may still be able to survive, but a non-member country like Corgia will definitely not escape destruction. Ginny thought of the boy pretending to be the golden lion again. She recalled the scene of that man controlling the celestial dragons to frame Akainu over and over again in her mind. This shock is too great. This is the only celestial dragon who died since the God Valley incident. Even if she hates the celestial dragons, she probably wouldn't dare to do it if she encountered such a situation. Muttered in a low voice. "Who are you? Why can you kill a celestial dragon so easily? Do you not know the consequences or don't care at all? Miss Ginny, Miss Ginny." At this time, the man wearing a magic hat called out. Ginny came back to her senses. The man asked curiously, "Miss Ginny, what did you just say? Are you referring to the golden lion?" Although Ginny's voice was low, he still heard some of it. Ginny did not discuss this topic, but gave instructions. "Let everyone get ready and prepare to evacuate tomorrow. Also, inform the boss and bear cub of the news here." "Okay, Miss Ginny." The man in the magic hat nodded in response, and after a moment of silence, he asked again. "Miss Ginny, what about these civilians in the kingdom of Corgi?" Ginny sighed, and her mood was a little low. "Yes, it's easy for them to evacuate, but what about the tens of thousands of civilians here? It is basically impossible to evacuate them all. And feel this may have been caused by me." Ginny looked at the starry night sky in a daze. Suddenly, the meat in her hand didn't taste good. She knew that the celestial dragons came here for her. The God Valley incident caused unimaginable losses to the world government and the celestial dragons. Now the celestial dragons have found this place, and the Navy and the CP organization are also traveling with them. That means what she did back then has been exposed. And the Germa group, Ginny also guessed that this group of people was probably instigated by the world government. All the disasters that this country has encountered now are caused by me. Looking at the sky, Ginny said softly. "Is the dream we insist on correct? If the people we save die because of me, what's the point of everything?" At this time, a voice came. "It's not you who caused all this. There's no need to blame yourself for this." Ginny turned around and saw that it was Kyle and the other four. "After doing such a big thing, I thought you had left," Ginny said with a smile. Her eyes were fixed on Kyle, as if she wanted to see through him. Kyle sat directly at the table, picked up the food and started eating. The battle just now seemed easy, but in fact, it consumed a lot of energy. There happened to be so much food here. It was just right to replenish the state. The three Luli girls also sat aside, but did not eat. Several people had already eaten at the banquet, and there was no battle, so there was no consumption. Noticing Ginny's eyes, Kyle scratched his head and coughed dryly. "Cough. What's the big deal? Didn't a terrible battle just happen? We all hid. Tisk tisk, it's really scary. Ordinary people like me should stay away." Kyle looked very scared. Ginny rolled her eyes at him speechlessly. Waved her hand to let the man with the magic hat standing aside leave first. After he left, Ginny looked at Kyle and asked seriously, "Why are you doing this? This place doesn't seem to have much to do with you." "For justice, what else can it be for?" Kyle answered perfunctorily. "Haha, I've never heard that Golden Lion will have a day to uphold justice, don't you think so, Golden Lion?" Hearing this, Kyle wiped his hands and looked at Ginny seriously. "Then if I say it's because I don't want to see people like you being captured by the world government, and I don't want to see the most gentle person in the world suffer so much, do you believe it?" Since Ginny has made it clear, Kyle is too lazy to say anything else to fool the other party. What can he do if he knows it? No one will believe it if he doesn't tell it without evidence. Kyle has never really used his abilities in front of outsiders. This is also the reason why he is not afraid of being exposed in front of a Kainu. "You seem to know a lot of things," Ginny said in surprise. This time the celestial dragons came to capture her, and she was the only one in the entire Eastern Army who knew about it. I didn't expect that the boy in front of him also knew about it. That doesn't mean that the other party knows what he has done. And the most gentle person in the world, it should be Shangzi. "It's okay, I know a little bit," Kyle said very modestly. "By the way, do you really believe this reason?" Ginny nodded. "The reason is indeed nonsense, but I saw sincerity in your eyes, you didn't lie to me." Ginny was also confused about this. He thought of all kinds of reasons, for Dean, or to see civilians die, or to help the Revolutionary Army. The only thing he didn't expect was that the reason was that he didn't want her to be caught and didn't want Shangzi to suffer. It seems that he and this boy are not very familiar with each other. Why would the other party choose to do this? Then don't you know how powerful the world government is? Become an enemy of them for this reason? Ginny asked back. Kyle raised his finger and shook it. No, don't talk nonsense. It's the Golden Lion who is against the world government, but it has nothing to do with me. Okay. Ginny held her forehead, feeling a headache. Let's not talk about this. Can you tell me why you blamed the Navy Sakaski? And why did you let him go? You have so many questions. Can you discuss these after I'm full? Kyle complained a little unhappy. Hearing this, Ginny looked at the table and suddenly felt unwell. At this time, most of the food on the table was gone. Even the barbecue in front of her had disappeared. Chapter 74. Ginny stared at the table full of leftovers in amazement. Wow! How much can this person eat? She is a famous big eater, but now she feels that she is not worthy of the reputation. There was also resentment in her eyes when she looked at Kyle. You are too much, you actually ate all the food. She has two major hobbies in her life, food and bear cubs. Now someone has taken away all her food, which is more uncomfortable than being beaten by a Kainu just now. After sweeping away all the food, Kyle patted his belly with satisfaction. It should be said that this world is still good. Food can be eaten at will, and it can be quickly converted into the energy needed by oneself, and there is no need to worry about eating any problems. Facing Ginny's resentful eyes, Kyle smiled awkwardly. Ahem, sorry, I consumed a lot of energy in the battle just now, so I ate a little more. Why don't you ask the chef to make some more? Ginny threw the tableware in her hand on the table and said with a dark face. Forget it, since you have helped us so much, I won't bother with you. If it weren't for the fact that this guy helped them so much, Ginny might have rushed up and beat him up. In her opinion, people who snatch food from her are the most hateful. They don't even consider whether they can beat them. Chunye raised her hand quickly. Let me take care of the food. I didn't help at all here. I feel embarrassed. Standing up, he walked towards the kitchen, preparing to make a table of delicious food for a few people, so that he wouldn't seem too useless. Luli and Leah also hurriedly followed. Listening to Kyle and the others discussing things felt so boring. Chunyi, let us help you. Ginny immediately smiled happily. She hadn't been to that little restaurant for a long time and missed it. Little Chunyi, I want to eat meat, make more. Okay. Ginny turned her head and looked at Kyle again. You should be full now, or the same question just now. Ginny really wanted to know why Kyle did that. Obviously he had the ability to kill the Navy, why did he leave hidden dangers? Sakazuki is different from other Navy. Strong strength is one aspect. More importantly, this person's personality seems to be a bit paranoid, and I don't know if it's because his teacher is Zephyr or he is like this. Isn't Kyle afraid that the other party will come back for revenge in the future? Moreover, the Revolutionary Army cannot avoid the Navy if they want to overthrow the world government. Letting this monster go back may cause them a lot of trouble in the future. Kyle glanced at her indifferently. No wonder the Revolutionary Army has existed for so many years, but there are not many actual achievements. The army commander was arrested, Big Bear was in such a mess, and Ivankov also went to Impel Down for vacation. Kyle felt sad for these people just thinking about it. Looking at Ginny, Kyle asked, "What is the purpose of the establishment of the Revolutionary Army?" Ginny was a little puzzled why Kyle suddenly asked this. But she still answered very seriously. To overthrow the world government and the celestial dragons, and save the people who are in distress. Ginny did not shy away from such things. After all, the man in front of her had just killed a celestial dragon not long ago. Have you done anything effective in so long? Kyle asked back. Why not? Ginny immediately began to refute, thinking that this guy underestimated them too much. We have rescued many suffering people, and some of them have become the strength of the Revolutionary Army. Many people will no longer experience the suffering they had before. Aren't these meaningful things? Kyle did not refute. Indeed, rescuing these people is a good thing. Ginny thought Kyle agreed with these things, but Kyle changed the subject. Then how powerful do you think these rescued people are? What will happen if they leave the Revolutionary Army? Or do you want to rely on these people to overthrow the world government? At this time, Ginny's mood became not very good. Kyle's words seemed to deny the long-term efforts of the Revolutionary Army. There was not much smile in his words. What's wrong with this? Only when everyone in the world works together, a spark can start a prairie fire. When everyone is willing to resist, it will not be difficult to overthrow the world government. Kyle didn't care what the other party thought. He just said his own thoughts, and it didn't matter whether he was willing to listen or not. Pointing to the port in the distance where thick smoke was still rising, Kyle asked. Then tell me, if you encounter such a battle, what can ordinary people use to resist? Is it just relying on their own beliefs? Ordinary people are just ordinary people after all. Even if their beliefs are strong, how many people can improve their combat power to this level? Kyle didn't care about this. It's nonsense. If it was the ancient world, the Revolutionary Army's approach would be quite effective. Gathering a group of ordinary people can do great things. But this world is different. There are a lot of devil fruit users, and a slightly stronger one can fight hundreds or thousands of ordinary people. To put it bluntly, this world is about personal power. What's the point of gathering a group of ordinary people? They may not be able to withstand the aftermath of a slightly larger battle. For example, Akainu's attack just now, if Kyle hadn't deliberately deflected various attacks, maybe this island would have been a sea of fire. It's not that those without abilities can't become strong, but they are only a minority. Not to mention that the technology in this world is also outrageous. A random attack can destroy an island. But, Ginny's mind was a little confused at this time, and she wanted to refute but didn't know where to start. Without giving her time to think, Kyle continued. The people who came this time are only vice admirals of the Navy. Above them are admirals and marshals, and these are just Navy. The world government above, and the celestial dragons who have always been high above. What has the celestial dragons relied on to rule the world for so long? It can't be just a lie. It is precisely because we know the strength of the enemy that we need to unite everyone to resist together. If the whole world unites together, everything is possible. Ginny slammed the table and said loudly. Then why can't we unite with the Navy? Kyle asked back. The Navy is no worse than these ordinary people you rescue everywhere. Ginny was suddenly confused and didn't react for a while. How did this suddenly involve the Navy? Doesn't this guy know that the Navy is the watchdog of the celestial dragons? Wouldn't it be a trap to unite with the Navy? Kyle boy, you are not kidding, right? Ginny asked uncertainly. I'm not kidding. Kyle looked serious. In fact, he didn't really want to care about this kind of thing. How the Revolutionary Army develops and what the world will become has no big impact on him. First travel around the world, and then find a piece of land to occupy the mountain and become the king. How nice it is to live a leisurely life. No matter how floods there are outside. But thinking of the ending of Ginny and others, he softened his heart again. Such good people suffered such hardships. I always feel uneasy if I don't care. After all, the Navy and you have a lot in common. Both want to protect those innocent ordinary people. The word, justice, is not empty talk, but there are many righteous Navy working hard for this. If you continue to develop at this momentum, then the first enemy you face will be the Navy. It's all for the protection of ordinary people. Don't you think it's a pity to become an enemy? Hearing this, Ginny fell silent. I think what Kyle said makes sense. If the Revolutionary Army launches a large-scale resistance, the first one to face will not be the world government, but the Navy. Such a result is definitely not what both sides want to see. Failure of either side is not a good thing. If the Navy is really defeated, who will deal with the pirates on the sea? How can the world government be overthrown if the Navy is not defeated? In the final analysis, both sides are for justice, but the enemies are different. One is the pirates, and the other is the world government that caused all this. But what can we do about it? Both sides are destined to become enemies. Ginny sighed helplessly. Kyle shook his finger. Not necessarily enemies. Haven't you always been curious about why first let that marine go? This is the reason. Kyle knew that Akainu seemed to have always stood on the side of the world government, but his current status was not high enough. When he became the admiral, it would not be like this. How could such a proud person allow someone to always suppress him? Besides, the evil of the celestial dragons did not conform to the order he maintained in his heart. When he really understood everything about the celestial dragons and the world government one day, then rebellion was a matter of time. Kyle just brought it forward a little. Ginny immediately became interested and looked at Kyle eagerly, as if she understood something. You want that Navy to be an undercover agent, and then let him turn the Navy against you. But this seems a little unrealistic. Who said he was an undercover agent? Kyle asked back unhappily. Isn't it? Of course not, I just let him make his choice in advance and be firm in the justice he has always followed. Kyle explained. Ginny immediately lost interest. I thought there would be an undercover agent at a high level in the Navy in the future, but it turned out not to be. At this time, the three girls of Chunye also came over with food. Feel the atmosphere was a bit strange. Luli pulled Kyle's sleeve and whispered. Did something happen? Chunye also seemed a little nervous. On one side was a future companion, and on the other side was an elder who treated him very well. If there was any conflict between the two sides, I really didn't know which side to help. Kyle gently held Luli's little hand. Don't worry, we just discussed some future developments. There may be some disagreements, but it's not a big deal. Ginny also smiled and told Chunye not to worry. Smelling the food on the table, the corners of her mouth were drooling. Grabbing a piece of barbecue and putting it in her mouth, she immediately showed an expression of enjoyment. Oh, I haven't seen you for a few years. I didn't expect that Chunya's cooking skills have improved again. It's much better than what Eric made. I wouldn't trade such delicious food for 1,000,000 Baileys. Chunye smiled a little embarrassedly. It's not as exaggerated as you said, Sister Ginny. They are just some ordinary food. At this time, there was no longer the depressing atmosphere just now, and several people talked and laughed. Kyle had just eaten his fill, and now there was something more important to do. He could eat delicious food anytime. He wanted to stand up and greet the three girls. There is a warship docked at the port. There might be a lot of good stuff on it. Who wants to go and have a look? Kyle, I want to go. I want to go. Leah immediately raised her hand, her face full of anticipation. She was the best at finding treasures. This was a warship. There might be a lot of Baileys. As she thought about it, the girl's eyes sparkled with little stars. She was totally a little money grubber. Kyle rubbed her head lovingly. I don't know why this girl has been particularly interested in finding treasures since she was a child. Luli and Chunye had no objections. There was nothing to do here. It was a good opportunity to go and see what good things there would be. Before leaving, Kyle turned back and said, "What you should do now is to recruit strong people instead of spending a lot of time on ordinary people. If the world does not change, there will always be people who suffer. By the way, you can tell these things to those people like Dorag, but don't expose my identity. You can find your own reasons." After that, he left with the three women without looking back. Looking at Kyle, who was gradually going away, Ginny slowly chewed the food in her mouth. One person talked to himself. It would be a pity if such a person did not join the Revolutionary Army. When Bear Cub comes tomorrow, let him invite him. If he does not agree, just tie him up and take him back. Ha ha ha, I don't know if Bear Cub is his opponent. On the other side, Kyle and the other four quietly boarded the warship docked at the port. No one noticed during the process. When the four stood on the deck, what caught their eyes was the body of a woman with a collar tied around her neck. Kyle told the women about the identity of this person. After listening, Leah clenched her fists with anger on her face. HMPH. That celestial dragon is really abominable. It's really too easy for him to die so easily. I think he should be crippled and hung here for 10 days and nights, and a chain should be tied around his neck. Luli and Chunye were also angry. They didn't expect that the celestial dragons recorded in the book would be this kind of thing in reality. Seeing the three women were very angry, Kyle sighed. He didn't continue to tell them about the actions of other celestial dragons, so as not to affect everyone's mood. At this innocent age, there is no need to be exposed to too much darkness. With a wave of his hand, a piece of white cloth was torn off the flag on the warship. Wrap the body and throw it into the sea. There is nothing wrong with being born on the sea and being buried on the sea after death. He dealt with the bodies in the same way. There were no other people on the warship except some bodies at this time. Everyone knew that this was the trophy of the Golden Lion. Now the Golden Lion is missing, but no one dared to board the warship easily. No one would be stupid enough to offend the Golden Lion for a little money. If they were caught on the spot, they would probably die. Looking at the huge warship under his feet, Kyle was a little tempted. It would be a pity if such a good ship could not be driven away or sold. The bodies of several slaves did not have much impact on the women. Kyle said to Leah, "Don't worry about the treasure. Look for Den Den Mushi first. These things must be dealt with first." Leah didn't understand, but she did it anyway. Anyway, finding Den Den Mushi wouldn't delay her from finding treasure. Chapter 75. Soon, Leah found more than 10 Den Den Mushi. There were all kinds of them. Some were for talking, some were for recording. In order to prevent the faces of several people from being photographed, Kyle destroyed all the Den Den Mushi. It is better to be safe than sorry. If this was transmitted back, it would be a big trouble. After finishing these, Kyle and his friends finally began to happily hunt for treasure. It should be said that it was worthy of being a warship for the celestial dragons, with all kinds of facilities on it. Under Leah's guidance, Luli came to the infirmary on the warship. The room was very large, with many unfamiliar medical equipment placed on it, and several bookshelves were placed in the corner of the room. Luli picked up a few books and flipped through them casually. They all recorded some medical knowledge. Looking at the other books on the bookshelf, he found that they were all medical books. And the medical knowledge on them covered a wide range. A bright smile suddenly appeared on his face. These things are exactly what Luli needs now. Good medical books are simply not available on the market. I didn't expect to find so many medical books here today. For her, this harvest is very rich, no amount of treasure can compare. Kyle and the others didn't disturb her and went to search other rooms. As soon as they went out, Leah took Kyle to a room, her little face full of excitement. After looking around, she whispered, "Kyle, guess what I found?" Kyle laughed when he saw her thief-like look. How could they search for spoils like this? If you don't know, you would think they were thieves who stole on the ship. There's no one else here. Why are you acting like a thief? Could it be something good? Leah nodded seriously. Without explaining, she took Kyle to the largest room. Chunyi followed behind. There was nothing on the boat that was worth her interest, and there was nothing to do alone, so she went to see what Sister Leah had found. It was only a dozen steps away. The three of them entered a luxuriously decorated room. The style here was completely different from the other rooms, and luxury was everywhere. It was obvious that this must be the room of the celestial dragon. Leah didn't care about the furniture in the room that was obviously valuable, and went straight to a table in front of the window. She picked up a small wooden box on it and handed it to Kyle as if asking for credit. Dang dang dang. Kyle, guess what treasure is inside? Kyle took the small wooden box and was a little curious. It must be a good treasure if it can make you a little money grubber. Ignore other treasures and come here directly. Looking at the small wooden box in his hand, this size, Kyle suddenly had a bold guess. Could it be a devil fruit? Oh, Kyle, how did you guess it right at once? Leah was surprised, and she wanted Kyle to guess a few more times. Wait until he really can't guess it before telling him the answer. I didn't expect it to be a devil fruit. Kyle opened the small wooden box directly. What came into view was a black fruit with crescent red stripes on it. As expected, this shape and stripes. It was a devil fruit for sure. Kyle didn't know what kind of devil fruit it was, and it was the first time he saw this style. But this devil fruit always gave him a bad feeling, as if he would be in trouble at any time. Good job, Leah. This thing is worth at least 100 million berries. If it's some powerful fruit, you may not be able to get it even if you have money. Leah's eyes were so happy that they turned into crescents. There was the happiness of finding a treasure, and the happiness of being praised by Kyle. Hee hee, of course, I'm very powerful. The girl puffed up her chest with a proud look on her face. 100 million berries, Chunye exclaimed directly. Then she immediately covered her mouth, as if she was afraid of being heard by others. She came forward with curiosity and looked carefully. She was not a newbie, and she had some knowledge about devil fruits. Eric had told her before. So when Kyle showed his extraordinary ability, the girl was not too surprised. But she didn't know much, and she didn't know the price of devil fruits at all. She didn't expect it to be so expensive. Is this a devil fruit? It looks very unusual. In Chunya's eyes, this is not a devil fruit at all, it's just a pile of Bailey. She didn't dare to think about how much 100 million Baileys are. It is estimated that the small restaurant at home will take at least 10 years to make so much money. Chunye frowned as she looked at it. What's wrong with you, Chunye? Seeing her like this, Leah asked curiously. Isn't it normal to see such a treasure? Surprised. Why is that the expression? Could it be that Chunye doesn't know much about devil fruits? Leah made such a guess. Chunye, you may not know how valuable this thing is. You have also seen Kyle's ability, which is the ability of the devil fruit. Chunye shook her head immediately. No, Sister Leah, it's just that this devil fruit gives me a very bad feeling. Chunya's whole face was wrinkled, thinking carefully about the very strange feeling just now. Bad feeling. Leah looked at the devil fruit curiously, and didn't see anything abnormal after looking at it for a long time. No, Chunye, did you feel it wrong? Chunye patted her face. She also felt that she felt it wrong. Chunye, do you have this feeling too? At this time, Kyle spoke in surprise. He had this feeling just now, and thought that there was something wrong with him. Now Chunye also has this feeling. Then it's not a human problem, it's probably because there is something abnormal with this devil fruit. Leah took the devil fruit out of the box and held it in her hand. She looked left and right, but still didn't feel any difference. Her cheeks puffed up immediately. She felt that this thing was treating people differently. You can all see the abnormality, why can't I see anything? Kyle touched his chin and thought about it. It is said that the devil fruit has its own consciousness, and it will choose its owner by itself. Maybe that's why I felt it just now. He didn't know much about it, and it was hard to judge. But it is certain that this devil fruit is definitely not ordinary. So this devil fruit chose you and Chunye. Kyle, you have already eaten the devil fruit, so can only Chunye eat it. Chunye immediately shook his head like a rattle. I won't eat it. This thing looks so scary. If I eat it, I won't die directly. It's not that serious. This phenomenon should be a manifestation of ability. There is no big problem. Kyle put the devil fruit back into the small wooden box. This bastard celestial dragon didn't even know to put a devil fruit illustration book, it's really inconsiderate. I plan to ask the Revolutionary Army later. These people travel all over the world, they must know more information than him. At that time, I will first see what the specific ability of this devil fruit is, and then consider who to give it to. Don't be some kind of human fruit ordinary person form. If you eat it rashly, you will regret it. If the ability is too bad, it is more cost-effective to sell it directly. Okay, let's talk about the devil fruit later. Move the valuables on the ship first. Kyle clapped his hands and signaled Leah to work quickly. It's better to put away the treasure as soon as possible. It would be bad if these people on the island couldn't help but come up to investigate. And it's quite late now, it will probably be dawn soon. At this time, I don't know if the world government has received the news here. Several people immediately got busy. Leah was responsible for exploring the location of the treasure, and Kyle used his ability to operate these treasures on the deck. Chunye took out some bags and packed these things. At this time, Luli also walked out of the infirmary. He was carrying several large bags of books on his back. On the deck, the four of them were very happy at this time. Kyle was because of this devil fruit, and more importantly, he found 5 pairs of seastone handcuffs on the warship. Looking at the black handcuffs under his feet, Kyle tried to pick it up, and the result was obvious. As soon as he touched the handcuffs, Kyle's whole body softened and fell weakly on the deck. This scene scared the 3 women. Luli, who was standing beside him, helped him stand up, with a worried look on his face. What's wrong with you? Are you uncomfortable? Is there any injury left in the previous battle? Leah also rushed over to support Kyle's other arm. Kyle, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me, sister, please help him. The 2 women hurriedly carried Kyle into a room behind them. Chunye stood outside the door to prevent anyone from disturbing him. It seemed that she wanted her sister to better check what was wrong. Leah stretched out her hand and began to pull Kyle's clothes. Kyle felt weak all over at this moment, as if he had just rewarded himself 30 times. It was as if his body was hollowed out. Seeing that Leah was going to take off his clothes, he wanted to stop her but he was too weak to raise his hand. He could only weakly shout, "Don't." "What don't? You are like this." Leah didn't care and directly stripped him naked. He looked at Luli anxiously, tears welling up in his eyes. "Sister, please take a look. He must have been injured before." Luli did not dare to delay. She began to carefully examine Kyle's whole body. The 2 women moved too fast. Kyle did not have time to explain and was touched and pinched by the 2 women. Luli frowned. Something is wrong. There is no injury on his body. How could he suddenly fall to the ground? She did not find anything abnormal in the previous examination. There was no injury. The body was normal. At this time, the effect of sea stone on Kyle gradually faded. She sat up directly. "You two bastards, stop it." She raised her hand and wanted to hit the two women on the forehead, but she held back and did not have the heart to knock it down. Pinching Leah's little face, she gritted her teeth. Just now, this girl started to take off her clothes. Seeing Kyle suddenly sit up, it seemed that he had returned to normal. Both women were stunned. Luli asked, "What happened to you just now?" Kyle immediately told him about the special features of those handcuffs and the effect of sea stone on people with special abilities. Luli breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. It turned out to be a false alarm. Luckily Kyle was fine. Leah pursed her lips and tears fell, and she threw herself into Kyle's arms and hugged him tightly. "Asshole, you scared me to death, woo woo woo. I thought you had an accident." Looking at the crying girl in his arms, Kyle patted her back apologetically. "Sorry, I made you worry," Luli said seriously. "Kyle, remember to tell us in advance next time you have such a thing. We are all very worried about you." "Don't worry, it won't be like today next time." Kyle nodded seriously. He also felt that he was wrong this time. He knew the effect of sea stone on people with special abilities, but he didn't tell a few people in advance. At this time, a small hand suddenly grabbed little Kyle. Leah's voice was full of resentment. "Bad guy, you made us so worried. I'll twist him off next time you do this," she said with more force. Kyle bared his teeth and begged for mercy. "Ouch, I was wrong, let go." Luli's face turned red when she saw Leah's action, and she turned her head to the side without looking. She cursed Leah for being shameless. "You two stop making trouble, Chunye is still waiting outside." Kyle realized that he was naked at this time, and hurriedly held the little hand below. "Leah, let go." Seeing this, Leah let go of little Kyle. She also rubbed him intimately, as if she was afraid of hurting him. "HMPH, let's see if you dare to deceive me and my sister next time." Kyle was not feeling well after this action. There was nothing wrong with his body, and it would be terrible if he continued to be stimulated like this. He grabbed Leah and pressed her on his legs. He slapped her little butt a few times. "You are getting more and more unbridled. I will slowly deal with you tonight." Leah stiffened her neck and looked unconvinced. "Humph, I'm not afraid." After putting on clothes and packing up, they walked out of the room. As soon as they went out, they saw Chunye with a worried face. "Sorry, Chunye, I made you worry." Chunye looked Kyle up and down, and found that there was nothing abnormal, so he asked, "Brother Kyle, are you okay?" Kyle nodded. Chunye was relieved immediately. "I'm glad you're okay, I was scared to death just now." But when he saw Leah walking with her butt covered behind him, he immediately became confused again. Isn't it Brother Kyle who was injured? Why is Sister Leah covering her butt now? Could it be that she was also injured? After the episode, several people began to pack up all the spoils. This trip was quite rewarding. Bailey alone was worth more than 200 million, not counting other things. Other treasures were gold and various jewels. Some handicrafts were not taken. Who knows if there are any records of the things used by the celestial dragons. Gold can be recycled. Jewelry is not easy to detect. If other things are sold, they may be recognized by someone with ulterior motives, and it will be difficult to explain the source at that time. However, in Kyle's opinion, the biggest gain of this trip was the devil fruit and sea stone handcuffs. Devil fruit is needless to say. Kyle wanted to get a pair of sea stone handcuffs a long time ago, which is a treasure that restrains ability users. Kyle also wanted to find a pair of sea stone handcuffs to train himself, and he was also afraid that he would suffer a great loss if he was suddenly attacked by sea stone in the future. More importantly, this thing can also be made into a weapon. Think about encountering an ability user who is difficult to deal with in the future, such as a person like Kizaru. His ability is to control objects within his perception. But like Kizaru, Kyle's ability is useless for this kind of energy form of the natural system. The best way is to control the seawater and sea stone. When the time comes, you can directly control the sea stone to attack, or directly cuff the opponent's hand. It's a pity that only the Navy has this thing, and there are probably only 1 or 2 sets in a base in the East China Sea. Chapter 76. After putting away all the things, Kyle took a few people and flew back to the direction of the palace. Dean had already prepared a room for them. It was already 6 o'clock in the morning, and there was definitely not enough time to sleep. Kyle and his friends were not in a hurry to leave Corgi. There were still many things to deal with on the island, and it was not appropriate to take Dean away at this time. The world government would not react so quickly. It was estimated that it would take a day or 2 from receiving the news to sending people to investigate. After taking a comfortable hot bath, several people sat around the table. Kyle took a book in his hand and flipped through it carefully. There were many devil fruits recorded on it. There were also pictures attached. This was the devil fruit illustration. Originally wanted to ask the Revolutionary Army for this thing, but Ginny said she didn't have it either. Kyle wanted to give up. Suddenly remembered that Sanji seemed to have seen the devil fruit illustration in the original work. He went straight to Judge. Sure enough, it lived up to expectations and was really rewarding. The book in Kyle's hand was what he got from Germa. Several people gathered together to compare the book with the devil fruit on the table. Found it. When Kyle turned to one of the pages, he looked at the picture that was exactly the same as the one on the table, and a smile appeared on his face. What fruit is it? Several women came over with interest. Kyle read out the content directly. Superhuman system, curse fruit, it can bring bad luck to the target when using the ability. When activating the ability, there is no need to touch the target, just shout out the other party's name. Chun-Yi suddenly realized. No wonder I had a bad feeling when I first looked at this devil fruit. Luli immediately asked a question. It doesn't look very powerful. It's okay to deal with people I know, but if I don't know the other party's name, will it be ineffective? Hearing this, Leah and Chun-Yi also lost interest. I thought it was a powerful ability, but it turned out to be so useless. Don't worry, there's more content later. Kyle knocked on the table to signal silence. This is just the most perfect way to use the ability. It doesn't matter if you don't know the other party's name. The ability user can emit a curse power similar to the aura, which can affect the person covered by the curse power, but this method of use will weaken the ability. After listening to Kyle's words, the 3 women still looked uninterested. Mainly because they have seen Kyle's ability. The powerful ability that can control everything with a wave of the hand. Now the ability of this devil fruit seems too weak in comparison. Not only can it not use powerful attacks, but there are also certain limitations. Kyle is quite interested in this devil fruit. This is definitely the exclusive ability of the old silver. Imagine that one day when you are fighting, your body inexplicably goes wrong. It is often just a matter of life and death for a master. You can imagine how big the impact is. I just don't know what the specific manifestation of this bad luck is. If it is just bad luck, it would be a bit tasteless. But even so, you can hide in the dark and secretly mess with other people's mentality. The enemy doesn't know who did it yet. It is simply a fruit of the highest quality for assisting and harming others. Seeing Kyle's thoughtful look, Luli asked curiously. Kyle, what do you think of this devil fruit? None of the girls had any experience in using their abilities, and probably there were many things they hadn't considered. It depends on Kyle's ideas. Kyle immediately told them how to use this devil fruit properly. Now we don't know how strong this bad luck is. If the impact is relatively large, this devil fruit will be very powerful. The 3 girls immediately became interested after hearing what he said. Yes, even if it just makes the enemy unlucky, it is terrifying enough. Chunye thought for a while and said, I think this bad luck should not be as simple as making people unlucky. What do you mean? The two sisters looked at her. Only she and Kyle had a special sense of this devil fruit. Maybe there are really different opinions. Chunye shook her head. I can't say it specifically, but it gives me a special feeling. Kyle felt that Chunye was right. If the fruit alone can have an impact, how can the ability to use it be ordinary? Without hesitation, Kyle handed the devil fruit on the table to him. Chunye, I'll give you this devil fruit. Huh, Chunye was surprised and almost thought he had heard it wrong. Until he saw the devil fruit handed to him. He was excited. This is a good thing worth 100 million. You will have special abilities. Then you won't have to rely on Brother Kyle and the others for everything in the future. Excited though she was, Chunye waved her hand and refused without hesitation. Brother Kyle, this won't work. You found it, so you should eat it if you want. Kyle stuffed the fruit directly into Chunye's hand. What's wrong with that? Chunye, your physique is not as good as ours. This devil fruit is just right for you, and it can help everyone in the future battles. Although the words are not very nice, they are true. From the beginning, he positioned Chunye as a chef, and never thought of needing her to fight. Now this fruit just gave her the ability to assist. Chunye hugged the black fruit. It would be a lie to say that she was not moved, but she knew better than the importance of fighting. Sister Luli and Sister Leah were more important than her. Reluctantly, she handed the fruit in her arms to Luli next to her. It's still you. Luli smiled and pushed the devil fruit back. Kyle must have a plan for doing this. Chunye, just eat it without worry. Yes, it's right to listen to Kyle. Leah also nodded in agreement. Neither of the sisters questioned Kyle's decision. After so many years together, they know each other very well. They know that Kyle will definitely not treat them unfairly. I have other plans for Luli and Leah. Now only you are suitable for this fruit. After all, only Chunye and he have a special feeling for this fruit, which means that this fruit has its own choice. I definitely can't eat it anymore. Then only Chunye is left. Seeing the three of them like this, Chunye was moved with tears in her eyes. Thank you everyone. Why thank you? You are all good friends and companions. Eat quickly and let us see how capable you are. Kyle urged directly. With a smile on his face, he was watching a good show. He knew how bad this thing tasted. I don't know what Chunye's expression will be in a while. After wiping her eyes, Chunye took a bite of the fruit in her hand. It looked like an apple, and she thought it probably tasted similar. The next moment, an indescribable strange smell filled her mouth. Her whole face wrinkled into a ball. Ah! Kyle hurriedly said, eat it, don't spit it out. Hearing this, Chunye hurriedly raised her hand to cover her mouth. Tears flashed in her eyes. Just now, she was moved, but now she was crying because it was so unpalatable. She swallowed it while resisting nausea. Fearing that she would disappoint the kindness of several people, Chunye gritted her teeth. With 2 or 3 crunches, she swallowed the devil fruit into her stomach. Luli and Leah were both confused. What exactly does a devil fruit taste like? It's so unpalatable that it makes you cry. This is too exaggerated. At this time, Kyle slapped his thigh and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, this thing is really unpalatable. Actually, you only need to eat 1 bite, ha ha ha. The 3 of them looked over at the same time. Ahem, sorry, I couldn't help it. Kyle tried to hold back his laughter. This is like getting wet in the rain, so you should let others get wet with it. Brother Kyle, you know it. Oh, yes, you have eaten it too. Chunye looked over with resentment. Just then, there was a click. The chair Kyle was sitting on suddenly broke apart and broke into pieces of wood. Coincidentally, a broken chair leg was still tied to the ground, and the broken part had a sharp corner. Kyle, who was laughing happily, was unprepared and sat on it directly, at the right angle. A chill rushed to his head. In a flash, Kyle reacted very quickly and directly controlled his body to change position. After standing still, he looked at the chair leg with lingering fear. Although this thing can't hurt him, it would be too embarrassing if he really sat on it. Creaky. At this time, another strange sound was heard. Kyle looked up in confusion. He saw the chandelier above his head shaking constantly, and as the last screw fell off, the ceiling fell directly towards Kyle's face. Just as it was about to hit, the chandelier suddenly hovered in the air. Kyle's face was dark. What the hell, how could he suddenly be so unlucky? Everything that happened just now made everyone quiet down. Then Leah covered her stomach and laughed like a pig. Ha ha ha, Kyle, you are too unlucky. It seemed that because she laughed too happily, the chair under her also shook. The next moment she fell backwards to the ground. At the moment of falling, her right leg somehow hooked the chair under Luli. Only two ouch sounds were heard. The two sisters fell into a ball immediately. Chun-Yi, who was standing by, saw this and quickly helped the two girls up. Come. Sister Luli, Sister Leah, are you okay? At this time, both women covered their buttocks, with masks of pain on their faces. It hurts so much, Leah, why did you drag me into the water with you? Sister, I didn't mean it. This is retribution, let you laugh at me. This time it was Kyle's turn to gloat. Suddenly, Kyle felt a sense of crisis. The sight of the color spread instantly. In the perception, there was an unidentified object in the sky flying towards the house where he was now. The crisis he felt came from this unidentified object. Don't delay. Kyle directly controlled the unidentified object to fly towards the sea. I didn't know what it was in the perception. Kyle could probably guess that it should be a cannonball flying from somewhere. If it was hit, it would probably not be injured, but it would be more embarrassed. This house is probably not immune. At this time, Kyle also found something wrong. So many bad things happened in just a few seconds. As if thinking of something, he looked at Chun-Yi. Chun-Yi, how do you feel after eating the devil fruit? Kyle guessed that all this should be related to Chun-Yi. Oh, I almost forgot the important thing. Chun-Yi wanted to say it just now, but before she could say it, she saw the unlucky scene of several people. After eating that fruit just now, I have more information in my mind, which is almost the same as what is recorded in the book. As if thinking of something, Chun-Yi covered her mouth and looked at Kyle. As if asking if everything that happened just now was related to her. Kyle must nod. It should be that you have just become a capable person, and all this happened as the influence of the spread of the ability. Hearing this, Chun-Yi hurriedly controlled the ability according to the guidance in his heart. Don't let this power affect the surroundings. The magic of the devil fruit lies here. As long as you eat the devil fruit, you will automatically know some information about your own ability. Therefore, even Chun-Yi, who has just become a capable person, can know how to control the ability and prevent it from spreading. It's a really good ability. With the overflowing ability, it can have such an impact. What will happen if it is used seriously? Kyle exclaimed. He suddenly wanted to try it, and then he began to shake his head. Who knows what will happen? It's better to find another unlucky person to try this kind of thing. If it's just this kind of bad luck, it's okay, but who knows what the real bad luck will be. So it's your ability, Chun-Yi. I thought I fell down accidentally. Leah came over and looked at it curiously. With her physique, it's nothing to fall down. At this time, she was more curious about Chun-Yi's ability. It looks so magical. Chun-Yi hurriedly bowed apologetically. Sorry, I just got the ability and I don't know how to use it, so this happened. It's okay, this level doesn't have much impact on us. Luli waved her hand to indicate that she didn't need to worry too much. At this time, there was a sound of someone running fast outside the door, and then there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Leah curiously stepped forward and opened the door. Then they saw Dean, who was sweating all over. Dean, standing at the door, bowed 90 degrees to Kyle. "Mr. Kyle, thank you for your help." Seeing him in such a hurry, Kyle knew what happened. It must be because of the shell that appeared inexplicably just now. It was a bit embarrassing to say. This matter was probably caused by Chunye, but seeing Dean's appearance, he must have blamed himself. Kyle couldn't expose it. The three women looked at him together. They didn't understand what happened to this man who ran here in such a hurry, and thanked Kyle so solemnly. It was guessed that Kyle helped the country solve the Navy. As for the shell that almost hit them just now, they knew nothing about it. Dean still had a frightened expression at this time. Just now, he and some soldiers were searching on the warships in the port. They were afraid that there would be fish that slipped through the net, and they also wanted to learn about the Navy's shipbuilding technology. Who knew that a soldier accidentally fired a cannonball while checking the cannon on the bow? And the target was exactly in the direction of the palace. This scared him. They had no means to intercept the cannonballs, and the cannons on the bow of the warship were not simple at first glance. The power was definitely not comparable to ordinary cannons. If it hit, I dare not imagine what the consequences would be. Fortunately, the cannonball changed direction just before it was about to hit the house below. Dean naturally understood this scene. It must have been Mr. Kyle who took action. Chapter 77. After thanking him, Dean did not stay any longer. He still had many things to deal with, so he dared not delay. Kyle wanted to call him, and Dean would go out to sea with him in the future. It was just right for everyone to get to know each other now. But seeing him in a hurry, Kyle also gave up the idea. Anyway, there was still a lot of time in the future, so there was no need to rush. Without paying attention to those, Kyle asked, "Chunyi, how do you feel about your ability?" "Very powerful." Chunyi gave a very positive answer. Several people looked at her curiously, wanting to hear what was so powerful about her. "I can't tell you the details." After thinking about it, Chunyi suddenly looked at Kyle and smiled slyly. "Brother Kyle, why don't you try it yourself?" Kyle was shocked for no reason when he saw that smile. He thought to himself that this girl would not be upset about the previous incident of cheating her, and wanted to use this to stun him. As if knowing that Kyle was going to refuse, Chunye put his hand to his mouth and said in an exaggerated manner, "Brother Kyle, Sister Luli and Sister Lee are watching us. You don't dare, do you? Oh, you don't want the two sisters to be the experimental subjects, do you?" This was the first time Kyle discovered that Chunye had such a dark side. After saying that, did he have any choice? But he was also looking forward to what this ability would be like. Luli covered her mouth and laughed secretly, but did not stop her. Mainly because she knew that Kyle was very powerful and Chunye was just joking. There was no need to worry that she would really harm Kyle. Leah was a little afraid of chaos in the world. Clapping her hands with anticipation. "Kyle, try it. It's a good opportunity to see how Chunya's ability is. Then try it. Let's see what the effect is at a long distance first." Kyle left the room with a black line on his face. Mainly because he was afraid that if something really happened, this room would be lost. How strong the bad luck is secondary. What Kyle cares most about is the distance. As long as it can be used at a long distance, everything else doesn't matter. Luli and Leah followed immediately. Wanted to see Kyle's unlucky appearance alone. Chunye wanted to go too, but unfortunately she was using her ability, so she had to secretly ask Leah to take a photo. Leah quietly gave her an okay gesture. Didn't go too far. Kyle took the two girls to a remote beach on the island. It was also 2 or 3 kilometers away from the palace. He didn't dare to run too far for the first attempt. If he went too far, he could only fly to the sea. If the bad luck is really strong, it would be embarrassing if he accidentally fell into the sea. Chunye, who was far away in the palace, felt as if he was gently pushed by someone. He immediately understood that this was a signal that Brother Kyle was ready. He closed his eyes immediately, and Kyle's face appeared in his mind. She called out softly. There seemed to be a spell in her voice. As her murmurs sounded, a cool breeze suddenly appeared in the small house. It was easy to call for the first time, but it became a little difficult from the second time. It became more and more difficult later. Chunyi felt that every time she called, she would lose some of her strength. After 3 times, she sat down on the ground powerlessly. Sweat also appeared on her forehead. It was as if she had just finished an intense exercise. Who I didn't say that using abilities would be so tiring. Is my body so bad? Kyle, who was far away on the beach, suddenly shivered inexplicably. An extremely ominous feeling lingered in his heart. Hiss. This feeling is really cough. It makes people cough. Kyle, who had just spoken, was suddenly choked by the saliva in his mouth and couldn't help coughing. He immediately realized that this should be the manifestation of Chunyi's ability. But this ability is really outrageous. It can even make people choke on their own saliva. At this time, the sea surface not far from the beach suddenly surged. The next moment, a big fish about 20 meters long broke out of the water, with sharp fangs in its mouth. There were fins of 4 or 5 meters long on both sides of the fish. Sharp bone spurs protruded from the top of the fins. It swung its tail and shot towards Kyle. This movement also attracted the attention of the 3 people. None of them understood how such a big fish could appear near the beach. Kyle smiled. Sea King, this is totally unscientific. This fish looks very powerful, but it depends on who it is facing. He turned around and wanted to catch this fish for a snack. As a result, his left foot tripped over his right foot inexplicably, and his body fell forward. Kyle's reaction was also very fast. He did a backflip on the spot. Then he raised his hand and waved, opening his mouth wide to eat the big fish. Of this snack flew out immediately. It knocked down a large area of forest at a speed that was completely invisible. Then there was a loud bang. The big fish smashed directly into the hillside in the distance, stirring up a large amount of dust and gravel. The big fish was also torn into pieces by the impact. The fish pieces flew everywhere. Seeing this scene, Kyle frowned immediately. He just felt that his ability was suddenly out of control. So the good food became like this. After 10 years of practice, Kyle's control of his own abilities can be done at will, and there will be no such mistakes now. There is only one possibility. Tisk, I didn't expect that bad luck can actually affect the enemy's control over his own body and abilities. It's really an incredible ability. At this time, Kyle still felt a kind of cold feeling in his body, and his body movements slowly became a little stiff. There was no usual flexibility. At this time, the originally clear sky suddenly became dark. The 3 of them looked up at the sky. They saw that the other areas were all blue sky and white clouds, but there was only a dark cloud above their heads. They could faintly see lightning in it. No way, Kyle seemed to have thought of something. His heart was pounding. Sure enough, the next moment a thunder sounded, and then a dazzling lightning shot down. The target was Kyle. Luli and Leah were both panicked. The ones at the beginning were fine, and they would not pose any threat to Kyle. But now this lightning is hard to say. Kyle was a little panicked when he looked at the lightning above his head. He couldn't control this thing. If he was really hit, it would probably not be very comfortable. As for dying in lightning, that's impossible. It is well known that lightning in this world generally cannot kill people. What's more, Kyle's physique is not bad. The speed of lightning is very fast, and Kyle's speed is even faster. When he was about to be struck, he was already several dozen meters away. Seeing a big pit being struck where he was standing, Kyle was actually very happy. At first, he was just choked by saliva, then there was a Sea King attack, and now there was lightning. It seems that Chunya's ability will increase with the increase of events, and the difficulty of various accidents will also increase. Now there is lightning, what about next time? Could it be a meteorite? However, the ominous feeling lingering in his heart suddenly disappeared. Kyle wanted to see what was next. But judging from the situation, Chunye should have stopped using his ability. Leah ran over with a camera in her hand. Hey, Kyle, how do you feel? Chunye has stopped. Not bad. Noticing the camera in her hand, Kyle poked her forehead unhappily. You girl actually took a photo. Kyle felt that he had not embarrassed himself just now, and he did not seem to care about being photographed. He took the two girls back to the palace. Kyle was very satisfied with the test this time. This ability seems not to be affected by the distance limit. And the impact on the enemy is gradually increasing. Tisk tisk, this ability makes Kyle a little excited. This ability can kill people invisibly. The enemy will probably not know who did it even if he dies. The most important thing is the distance. If this guy knew Im's face, he would hit him, her, like this. I don't know what will happen. Kyle thought with some evil taste. Although hockey can resist the influence of the fruit's ability. But this invisible curse can't be stopped. It's impossible to open hockey 24 hours a day. Even if he doesn't die, his mentality will explode. It's noon. It's time for Kyle and others to go to sea. Dean has dealt with all the things he needs to deal with. There is not much he needs to do. The old king and Felix are there for the follow-up matters, and at worst there are still the Revolutionary Army. He still remembered the agreement with Kyle. Seeing that everyone was carrying small bags, Dean asked. Mr. Kyle, are you going to sea? Kyle nodded. It was getting late, and if he delayed any longer, he was afraid that the Navy would come and there would be trouble again. All the treasures looted last night have been loaded onto the small boat they came on. At this time, several people only carried these personal belongings. Kyle asked, have the things here been dealt with? Dean nodded. It has been dealt with. Miss Ginny and the others will take everyone to evacuate, including the people here. I can't help much now. Kylie was a little curious about how the Revolutionary Army could transfer so many people. There were tens of thousands of people. Even if we count the snail boats left by Germa, it would not be enough. Is there any special ability person in the Revolutionary Army? Dean also saw his doubts and explained. It was indeed difficult to transfer so many people, but a very powerful person just came. According to Miss Ginny, it would not be a difficult task as long as he is here. Kyle guessed that it should be the support from the Revolutionary Army. The only person who could come to support so quickly and have the ability to transfer everyone should be that person. Bartholomew Bear, one of the veterans of the Revolutionary Army, who possessed the ability of the meatball fruit. It is indeed not difficult to transfer so many people with him. Since there is nothing to do, Kyle does not want to delay. Everyone has seen it, so I won't introduce it to you. Dean will be our ship's boatman in the future and will go to sea with us. The women were not surprised by this. The purpose of their coming here is to recruit this person. Now that the mission is completed, it is also a good thing. Everyone warmly welcomes the new members to join. Dean also greeted several people warmly. They will be on the same ship in the future, so they still need to have a certain understanding of each other. Mr. Kyle. Dean still spoke in a very respectful tone. Just as he was about to say something, Kyle raised his hand to interrupt him. Since you are on my ship, you should change your name in the future. I am not used to the name of Sir. Although this member was half threatened and half traded, Kyle did not want to make it so strange. After all, everyone is going to go to sea together. Dean thought for a while and said. Then I will call you Captain from now on. Okay, Kyle nodded readily. What did you want to say just now? Captain, I want to ask you. No, our fleet should not have any ships yet. Dean was still a little unable to get into the role for a while. It always feels a little unrealistic. Suddenly I have to go to sea with others. Then stop talking nonsense. Otherwise why would we look for you, a boatman? Kyle said unhappily. Kyle was a little unhappy when he said that. The world government and the celestial dragons, these damn guys. Why didn't they come earlier or later? Why did they choose this time? It is definitely impossible to build a ship on this island now, and shipbuilding cannot be completed in one day. I don't know when the world government will send people. The shipbuilding can only be delayed, and we have to make do with the small boat for now. If it doesn't work, we can go to the pirates to rob a ship first. Instantly, Kyle thought of the Creek pirates in the East China Sea. It seems that this pirate group has a lot of ships. And it is also a relatively active pirate in the East China Sea. It shouldn't be a problem to borrow 1 or 2 ships. I just don't know how Creek is developing now. This made Dean a little embarrassed. He coughed dryly. Sorry, Captain. Kyle waved his hand. No need to apologize, I was just saying that. The boat doesn't matter. I'll build it slowly when I have time and materials. Captain, what I want to say is that if there is no boat, there is one on the island, which I built before. Dean scratched his head and said. You said there is a boat. Kyle was surprised. I didn't expect that there was a ready-made one. Yes, I guess you can see that the country of Kokia is very poor. I wanted to build a boat and take everyone to the sea to make money, so that everyone can become rich. Dean smiled as he said that. It seems that he remembered the past. His earliest dream since he was a child was to build his dream boat and then drive it around the world. But as he grew up, the original dream became more and more out of reach. In the end, he had to give up. Even the reason for building a boat became to make everyone live a good life. Your so-called making money is not to rob like Felix, right? Kyle thought of Felix's way of making money. But it is indeed a way to make quick money. The nature is similar to that of pirates. I just don't know why they don't catch pirates for bounties when they have such good weapons. Logically speaking, with their fighting power, it can be said that it is easy to deal with these pirates in the East China Sea. A person with special abilities, plus those strange weapons. Dean's face turned red when he was said. Ahem, Captain, let's not talk about this. We had no choice at the time. This country is too poor. Chapter 78. Kyle didn't want to care whether their behavior was right or wrong. But it was still a little better than those pirates. There were high cliffs in the southeast of the island where it touched the sea. A large forest covered this place. Even the residents of the island rarely came here. The towering rock walls seemed to have been specially modified. It was covered with various vegetation. And in an inconspicuous corner, a large hole about 6 or 7 meters high appeared in front of him. Dean pointed the bow to the big hole in front and introduced, "Go in from here is where I usually build ships." Kyle and his friends also looked at this place. Dean led a few people from the eastern port and came here on a boat. At first, they were all very interested in the so-called ship. But when they saw that this place was so remote, they were a little disappointed. Logically speaking, the place for building ships should not be spectacular, but at least it should be spacious enough. How big a space can be in such a small hole? The boat built by Dean is probably not that big. It is difficult for the boat they are riding to pass through the hole, and that is without sails. Kyle patted Dean on the shoulder. Why don't you just stop looking? There is no rush for the boat. He suddenly wondered if the boatman he found this time was a fake. Or maybe he should find someone else. Dean also noticed the disappointed look in the eyes of several people. But he didn't care. "Captain, don't worry about the others. You will know when you get inside. I promise I won't let you down." Seeing that he insisted, Kyle didn't say much. You can't discourage the enthusiasm of your own crew. The boat moved towards the hole without slowing down. It was Dean who was driving the boat at this time. The two sides of the boat were almost sticking to the rock wall. Several people couldn't help but sweat. It should be said that Dean's skill in driving the boat is quite good. None of them can do this. The sea traveled more than 20 meters. finally passed through the dim tunnel, and the view in front of them suddenly became clear. Kyle and the others looked at everything in front of them in shock. Good man, I really underestimated this place. It was not what Kyle and the others had guessed. Looking up, the cave space was at least the size of a football field. It was as if the whole mountain was hollowed out. There were lights embedded everywhere on the rock wall, so it was bright everywhere. Wooden floors were built around the rock wall to cover the water surface, probably for the convenience of daily walking. The only area in the middle was not covered. There was a large ship docked inside. Looking at the ship, Kyle instantly understood that this was the ship that Dean was talking about. All of them looked at the ship with shining eyes. There was no longer the indifferent expression at the beginning. The most important thing is that the ship is too big. The ship is nearly 100 meters long. At a glance, the entire ship basically occupies more than half of the space in this cave. Dean docked the ship aside. He led Kyle and others off the ship. Captain, this is where I built the ship. Kyle pointed to the big ship in front and asked uncertainly. Is this the ship you built? He originally thought it was similar to the small boat when he came, but now it seems that it is not similar at all. It is far from it. Just looking at the size of the ship, it is no smaller than the warship in the port. Dean nodded very affirmatively. Kyle put his arm around Dean's shoulders and couldn't stop smiling. Brother, I didn't believe Felix when he said you were the best shipbuilder in the East China Sea before, but now I realize that I am ignorant. Hey, Captain, that's all Felix's nonsense. Dean was a little uncomfortable seeing Kyle suddenly so enthusiastic. But he was still very happy in his heart. This ship is the result of his hard work for several years. Captain, I will take you to visit it first. Okay. Several people boarded the ship immediately. The three girls also seemed very happy. In the future, everyone will go to sea on such a magnificent ship. Looking at the dark hull, Kyle couldn't help but raise his hand and knock. He was a little curious about what kind of wood it was, and it was actually this color. But the sound that came made Kyle even more surprised. He felt that he was not knocking on wood at all, but more like knocking on steel. He slightly increased the force, but the result was still the same. The surface clearly had a wooden texture, and the hardness was comparable to steel. He had never heard of such a wood. No. Kyle suddenly remembered that there was indeed a kind of wood with particularly strong toughness in this world. Legend has it that there is such a island. There has been a war on the island, and the entire island's cities and people were basically destroyed in the war. However, there is a huge tree that never falls. No matter what happens, the tree stands there. There are only a few trees in the world, and people call it the strongest tree. That is the treasure tree Adam. But that thing is expensive, and Dean probably can't get it. Kyle suddenly remembered that when he met Felix and his friends on Maple Leaf Island, he felt that their ships and weapons were unusual. The hardness is unreasonable. A lot of things happened later, so he almost forgot. Kyle asked directly without understanding. What material is this wood? Why is it so hard? I made it with my ability. Suddenly Dean slapped his forehead. Sorry, Captain, I almost forgot to introduce you. I am a capable person who ate the devil fruit. Dean, are you also a capable person? Chunye looked at him in surprise. Chunye knew that people with special abilities were rare. Some people may not even see one in their lifetime. But now that she had become a person with special abilities, people with special abilities were more like cabbages. In addition to Brother Kyle, he had seen two more in just one day. Luli and Leah were also surprised. They only knew that Dean was a very skilled shipwright, and they knew nothing else. Doesn't that mean you are the same as Kyle and Chunye, but why do you look so weak? Leah said suspiciously. In her cognition, people with special abilities were all very powerful. Whether it was Sophia, the maid at home, or Kyle and Chunye now. Everyone has their own strengths. But she really didn't see what was so great about this new crew member. He looked quite strong, but his aura looked so weak. I guess I could slap him to the ground with one slap and he couldn't get up. And when they first met, this guy was still poisoned. Could it be that his ability is to build ships? Kyle slapped the girl in annoyance. How can you save face if you say that to others in front of them? Leah also knew that she was not thoughtful in her words, so she smiled apologetically. Hee, don't mind it. Dean thought it was nothing. Except for the girl named Chunye, all the others gave him a very dangerous feeling. There was no way to refute being said to be weak. After all, this was the fact. However, from her words, Dean also knew that Chunye was also a person with abilities, so he would not be weak. The world outside is really different, Dean sighed in his heart. I eat the compression fruit, and you should be able to know the general meaning by listening to the name. Several people nodded. Dean continued. I can compress the size of anything I touch, whether it is air or an object, as long as I can touch it, everything can be compressed. I can also change its shape during the compression process. He picked up a piece of wood on the ground. The next moment, the 1-meter-long wood board instantly turned into a small wooden ball the size of a fingernail, which was pinched by Dean with 2 fingers. Hiss, Kyle gasped. Good guy, this time I really picked up a treasure. This fruit is very powerful without thinking. Originally, I just wanted to find a boatman, but I didn't expect it to be such a talent. He must have a place in the future as a fighter on the ship. Do you mean that this ship was made by your ability? Yes. Dean nodded to confirm. Considering that ordinary wooden boards are difficult to withstand attacks, and there will be bad weather on the sea, such a large ship will easily get into trouble if the material is not good. I will use my ability to compress ordinary wood. The hardness of the compressed wood will be greatly improved, and now it can even be comparable to steel. Awesome. The 3 women looked at the ship under their feet in shock. I didn't expect that ordinary wood could be transformed into what it is now after being transformed by the ability user. Wait, Kyle asked puzzledly. No, won't the object you compressed destroy its internal structure? And I see that many places on this ship are very flat, and there don't seem to be traces of splicing. He really couldn't understand how ordinary wood could be comparable to steel just after being compressed. How much pressure is needed to have this effect? And the texture on the surface of the wood has not changed. It's just that the size has changed. Even if ordinary wood can be compressed to this extent, how can the compressed wood be spliced together? He doesn't believe that there are large trees dozens of meters wide on this island. Moreover, it can compress wood. If it can be shrunk to the level of steel, why not just use steel to make ships? Wouldn't it be easier this way? Kyle directly raised his questions. Dean was obviously well prepared for these questions. He explained slowly. It should be related to my ability. After compression, it will only change the size and weight, and the essence of the object will not change. Can it also change the weight? Kyle was surprised. Yes, for example, this ship, I originally planned to use other materials to build it, but considering the lightness, I finally chose wood. After that, Dean handed over the small wooden ball in his hand. Kyle took the small wooden ball and felt the weight. Sure enough, the weight has changed. A 1-meter-long wooden board will not be so light, and the hardness has also increased. Tisk, this is a bit unscientific. Kyle was suddenly stunned. He found himself confused. What science is there in this world? Devil fruit is not scientific. As long as the ability can be explained a little bit, everything is possible. He shook his head and didn't think about it. He was not a boatman, so Dean must know what to do to build a qualified boat. Then Dean introduced the special features of this boat to several people. Just like the small boat when they came. This big ship also has no sails installed. The ability to travel is also related to Dean's ability. Compress the air, then store it in a can, and release it when needed, so that it can provide power for the ship to move forward. I have to say that Dean is really a genius. He can develop his ability to this extent by relying on himself. After a simple visit, Kyle was very satisfied with the ship. Not only is it strong enough, but the space is also large enough. From the beginning, Dean built this ship for a merchant ship, with many rooms and a cargo room. But now there is no need to think about these things. It's just that many places are not perfect yet, and this ship can only be regarded as a semi-finished product for the time being. But it's still okay to go to sea. These details can be worked on slowly later, but there is not much time to modify them now. The small boat that came here was left in place. Dean drove the current big ship out of the cave directly. Because the ship is too big, the rock wall at the exit has to be destroyed. Kyle wanted to take action, but Dean always did it himself. He put his hand on the rock wall. The next moment, the rock wall dozens of meters in front of him disappeared instantly, and a large round hole appeared. It's just enough for the big ship to leave. Looking at the compressed stone ball in Dean's hand, Kyle became more and more satisfied. The big ship did not sail to the port, but stayed on the edge of the cliff. Mainly because Kyle didn't want too many people to notice it. According to Dean, few people know about this ship. Only the old king and Felix knew about it. Kyle took a few people back to the palace. They also need to say goodbye before going out to sea, and they can't just leave like that. And they have to take the loot they looted. Dean also needs to say goodbye to his family. As soon as Kyle returned to the palace, he saw several people from the Revolutionary Army discussing something with the old king. The old king still had a bit of confusion on his face. Seeing the few people appear, Ginny immediately waved and shouted, "Kyle, here, here." Kyle ignored him and looked at the big bear beside her. It's still the same after not seeing him for a few years. It's just that the other party didn't hide his identity this time, although it's useless to hide it. It's hard to find another one in the world with that height and the iconic bear ear hat on his head. The big bear also noticed a few people, but didn't recognize them at first, until Ginny called out his name. Is he the one who helped everyone? I didn't expect the boy's strength to grow so fast. Last night, he received news that Ginny's troops encountered Germa, celestial dragons and Vice Admiral Sakaski. Unfortunately, their troops encountered the enemy at that time. They were unable to come to support. The good news came back soon after, and all the enemies had been defeated. Big Bear instinctively suspected that it was a trap set by the enemy. Hearing the voice, it was someone he knew, but this kind of news was impossible. He had been with Ginny for many years and knew Ginny's strength better than anyone else. If the enemy they encountered was just Germa, then it might be possible. But if the enemy was the Celestial Dragons and Vice Admiral Sakaski, it would be difficult to escape in that situation. Not to mention defeating the opponent. But regardless of whether it was a trap or not, Big Bear still rushed over without hesitation. He did not bring anyone else, and came here alone. But when he came to Koi, it was only when he arrived at Kya that he realized that everything was different from what he thought. Chapter 79. Judging from the traces at the port, they did encounter enemies. And the warship also shows that the navy of the Grand Line has been here. But looking at the busy members of the Revolutionary Army at the port, Big Bear instantly felt unreal. Could it be that all those enemies were solved? It was not until he saw Ginny with his own eyes that he finally believed that this was not a trap. Later, Ginny also took him to meet the people from Germa. Ginny did not say too many details in the Den Den Mushi. Now that Big Bear came in person, he learned what happened. Dean needs to talk to the old king about going to sea. Seeing Big Bear, Kyle also happened to have something to say. The 5 people walked over directly. Big Bear stood up with the Bible in his hand and bowed deeply to Kyle. Mr. Kyle, thank you very much for your help. If it weren't for you, I might never see Ginny again. Big Bear said this sentence very seriously. He was still a little frightened until this time. If he really lost the most important person in his life, he felt that he might have no meaning to exist. All the members of the Revolutionary Army who saw this scene were a little surprised. Why did the captain of the Big Bear Army salute the boy? I don't know, it seems that he knows him. Could he be a member of the organization? I saw that Captain Ginny was also very enthusiastic about them before. Many people were talking about it. Kyle and his friends appeared on the island yesterday, and most people didn't know their identities. They only knew that they came here with Felix. And they knew Captain Ginny. The old king on the side stared at Kyle in surprise. He didn't understand what Miss Ginny's friend in front of him said. It seems that this boy just saved his son Dean. How did he help Miss Ginny? And it seems that the help is quite big. He suddenly thought of what happened last night. A bold guess emerged in his mind. No way, the person at that time couldn't be the boy in front of him. Seeing his father's expression, Dean pulled him aside. He was also afraid that his father would accidentally let the cat out of the bag. That kind of thing can't be revealed, otherwise it will be a big problem. It just so happened that he also had something to tell his father. It seems that Ginny told you everything, you don't need to be too polite about it. Kyle stretched out his hand to help Big Bear up. But he found that he couldn't reach it at all, even though the other party had bent down. He had to withdraw his hand in disappointment. This damn height difference. Okay, there are so many people watching around, you will expose my identity. Big Bear reacted. He also noticed the strange looks of many members of the Revolutionary Army around him. Ginny had told him before that Kyle had always acted in secret, and later explained that he couldn't expose him. Now that he thanked him so loudly, others would definitely be suspicious. Sorry, I was a little inconsiderate. Kyle waved his hand. He sat at the table with the three girls. Big Bear also sat on the floor. With his height, he would stand out even if he sat on the floor, not to mention that there was no chair suitable for him. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Bartholomew Bear, and I am a cadre of the Revolutionary Army. We have met before. I wonder if you still remember me. Big Bear did not hide his identity as a member of the Revolutionary Army. These people saved Ginny's life, and for this, they even provoked the world government. It would be unreasonable to hide his identity at this time. Kyle nodded. Even Luli and Leah had some impression of this person. This is the only person of such height that they have ever seen. At this time, they also stared at Big Bear curiously. They wondered if this person was a so-called giant, otherwise how could he be so tall? Facing such a look, Big Bear would smile politely. Anyway, it's all thanks to you. I wonder if you have anything you want or a place you want to go. I'll try my best to satisfy you, and it's also a way to express my gratitude. Uncle, are the bear ears on your head real or just decorations? Are you a bear man? I wonder if I can touch them. Leah made her request seriously. Her eyes were always fixed on the round ears on the top of the big bear's head. Ginny burst into laughter. Little Leah, your focus is really special. This is the first time I've seen someone pay attention to the ears on the top of a bear cub's head. What bear man? Where did you hear of this race? Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Luli held her forehead speechlessly. She covered Leah's mouth with her hand and smiled apologetically. Hold me, little Leah. I'm sorry, my sister is immature, please don't mind what I said just now. There's nothing to apologize for. Big Bear smiled and took off the hat on his head without any hesitation. He handed it to Leah. So it's a human. Looking at the head that was no different from that of an ordinary person after taking off the hat, Leah was suddenly disappointed. Big Bear scratched his head and smiled apologetically. I'm sorry to disappoint you, I'm not a bear man. Uncle, there's no need to apologize for this kind of thing, we should apologize. Luli was even more speechless. The uncle in front of him has a really good temper. Such a tall man, he would believe what he was said to be a cruel pirate. I didn't expect him to have such a good personality. He was not angry when he encountered such a rude question, but apologized. This personality is completely inconsistent with his appearance. Kyle still has a certain understanding of Big Bear's personality. It is recognized that he is the most gentle person in the world, but also the most miserable person. Speaking of places you want to go, I really have a request. I hope to get help from the uncle. Several people looked curiously. Kyle, do you have any place you want to go? Leah asked. Luli and Chunye were also curious. I haven't seen Kyle say it before. Ginny asked, Kyle, aren't you curious about the ability of the bear cub? It's so easy to believe it. I know that the uncle is the ability of the meatball fruit, which can send people to places they have been to. I also know that this fruit was obtained by the uncle in the Valley of Gods. What? You even know this? Ginny immediately lay on the table with a disappointed look on her face. She wanted to show off. But this kid actually knew, and even knew that Bear Cub's devil fruit was obtained in the Valley of Gods. What a mysterious and powerful little guy. Big Bear didn't ask Kyle why he knew these things. There are always some people with special abilities on the sea, and these people also hold secrets that others don't know. Mr. Kyle, don't you know where you want to go? Uncle, don't you know if you have been to Sky Island? Kyle directly said where he wanted to go. There were not many years left now. He was still thinking about the thunder fruit, afraid that if he went too late, it would be a pity to be eaten by Enel. If his group drove the boat there, it would definitely be delayed a lot of time. But now that he met the big bear, it was different. The other party's ability could directly shoot people and objects to where he wanted to go. If he had the help of the big bear, he could directly shoot his group of people and boats to the Sky Island, which would save a lot of trouble. That's why Kyle asked such a question. Sky Island. Are you talking about the legendary island floating 10,000 meters in the sky? I didn't expect that Kyle also believed in this legend. Ginny said excitedly. She had heard of this legend before. She also heard that there was a group of people with wings on their backs living on Sky Island. She was also yearning for this place, thinking that she must go there with Big Bear when she has time in the future. Big Bear had also heard of the legend of Sky Island. But he had only heard of it and had not been there in person. He shook his head apologetically. Sorry, I may disappoint you. I have never been to Sky Island. I guess I can't fulfill your request. Kelly was a little disappointed. He thought Big Bear had been there. After all, he later photographed Nami on the small Sky Island. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, it will take several years for Enel to destroy his hometown, so he might be able to catch up. I don't have any other requests except this one, and you don't have to think about repaying me. We will probably meet again after we go out to sea. We'll talk about it when we need your help. That's fine. Big Bear nodded. Ginny only noticed the luggage on the backs of several people at this time, and asked curiously. Are you going to go out to sea again next? Yes, the things here have been dealt with, and the crew members we want have been recruited. We have to leave before the world government comes. Crew members. Ginny was surprised, and then thought of something. You guys really want to kidnap Dean? Yes, is there any problem? Kyle said as a matter of course. Hasn't this been said a long time ago? Why are you still so excited? You are so powerful, why are you still staring at him? This is a member we value very much. Ginny was a little crazy. It is not easy for the Revolutionary Army to dig out a good seedling. I didn't expect that he would be kidnapped now. Suddenly her eyes rolled around. She put her arm around Kyle's shoulders and said with a smile. Let's not talk about Dean for now, let's discuss something else. Kyle unconsciously moved his body to break free, but unfortunately failed. I don't understand what this woman is doing. She was angry just now, but why did she suddenly look like a good friend? Is she planning something bad? Kyle asked uncertainly. What are you discussing? Hearing this, Ginny let go of Kyle, and her expression became very serious. She winked at the big bear beside her. Bear, you should talk about it. The big bear nodded. Understand what Ginny wants to say. When the two of them talked just now, Ginny emphasized Kyle's strength. She also explained the idea of inviting him to join the Revolutionary Army. Now that the other party is going to see, I don't know when we will meet next time. Although I don't know how much you know about the Revolutionary Army, I will still give a brief introduction. The Revolutionary Army, an organization that is working hard to overthrow the world government and the celestial dragons, an organization that protects civilians and can free everyone from suffering. The three Luli girls looked at each other, not understanding why this person suddenly started talking about these things. But none of them were surprised. Kyle had explained to them what the Revolutionary Army was a long time ago, in more detail than what Big Bear said. Kyle seemed to know what Big Bear was going to say next, and he spoke first. You two, I think you are all very good. I wonder if you are interested in joining us and traveling to the sea to see this sea. Ginny, PFF'd. Big Bear. The two of them were suddenly a little confused at this moment. What's going on? I just said so much, the meaning is already very clear. It's obvious that he wants to invite you to join the Revolutionary Army. But your answer is too unexpected. They thought Kyle would refuse, or look down on this organization and so on. But they never expected it. Kyle, this little guy, actually interrupted them and invited them to join him. This plot development is not right. Ahem, Kyle, are you kidding? Ginny coughed because of the tea she had just drunk. This answer caught her off guard. Kyle shook his head and looked serious. I'm not kidding, I'm telling the truth. He knew the identities of these two people very well. One was the initiator of the God Valley incident, and the other was a member of the Bakani tribe who was almost exterminated by the world government. Either one of them could cause the world government to hunt them down. Kyle knew how miserable the endings of these two people were in the original work. Not to mention that Ginny was captured by the celestial dragons, but also that kind of thing happened to her, and she could only die in the arms of her beloved. As for Big Bear, let alone. She watched her beloved die helplessly, and in the end she was transformed into an unconscious machine. The two who had been slaves since childhood finally became slaves again. This kind of human suffering made Kyle unable to bear to see. All this was too unfair to them. The three Luli women watched quietly. Often when Kyle was so serious, they would not disturb him, because they knew that Kyle had made a decision at this time. Seeing Kyle speak so seriously, the expressions of Big Bear and Ginny kept changing. It was not because of their heartbeats, but because they were thinking about what Kyle's purpose was. But these people did not look like they had any ambitions. Ginny kept looking into Kyle's eyes, as if she could see clearly what he was thinking at this moment. Big Bear did not rush to refuse, guessing that Kyle must have some use for them. The other party had just saved Ginny not long ago. If there was really something that needed him, he would not refuse anything. Big Bear asked. Mr. Kyle, I don't know why you invited us. Is there any purpose? You are our benefactor. If you need anything, just ask. Kyle shook his head. You guessed wrong. It's not that I need you to do anything for me, but I think people like you should not suffer such suffering. There are many ways to liberate the world. Maybe changing a path will have a different ending. Are you pitying us? Ginny suddenly spoke. Kyle looked at her in surprise. What do you mean? Looking into Kyle's eyes, Ginny said word by word. I see pity in your eyes, a kind of pity from the heart for the miserable people, just like the bear cub looks at those poor people who are in misery. Kyle was stunned. Good boy, can you see this? Chapter 80. Seeing Kyle's embarrassed expression, Ginny laughed out loud. I have to say you were really bold. Not only did you kidnap Dean, but now you want to kidnap us too. If Boss Dorag knows about this, he will definitely skin you alive. Dorag will definitely not know if you don't tell me, Kyle said with a smile. I said I would keep it a secret for you. This time it's a good thing. Don't worry, I won't tell Dorag about this to prevent you from being beaten to death. Ginny patted her chest, looking very righteous. After the joke, several people restrained their smiles and discussed business. Ginny looked at Big Bear. Bear, what do you say? She didn't care where she went. As long as Big Bear was there, she could go anywhere. She joined the Revolutionary Army for the dream of Bear Cub from the beginning. Big Bear put the bear ear hat in his hand back on his head with a serious expression. Sorry, Mr. Kyle, I shouldn't refuse your invitation out of gratitude to us, but I am allowed to refuse your invitation. After saying that, Big Bear bowed. Kyle was not disappointed with this answer. From the beginning, he had the mentality of giving it a try. Not only were the two parties unfamiliar with each other, but their respective philosophies were also different. Big Bear and his friends wanted to rescue those ordinary people. But Kyle was not interested in these. Even though his current strength was very different from that of the past. But Kyle's thoughts had not changed. There were so many people in the world who were suffering, and they could not be saved. I don't know if it was because this was not the world he used to live in, or if his thoughts changed because he had strength. Kyle felt that it was difficult for him to work hard for a group of irrelevant people, thus putting himself in danger. Outsiders were not as important as his family, and he just wanted to protect those close to him. What the world would become had nothing to do with him. At most, he would help a little when he encountered something he couldn't stand, such as what happened yesterday. I'm not forcing you to join, nor will I ask for repayment for what happened before. Everyone has their own dreams, and I can understand that. Thank you for your understanding. Big Bear bowed again. He was very polite. Ginny told me that you are a very good and powerful person, who can do things that none of us can do. I believe you will become famous in the future. Kyle smiled and waved his hand. I'm not interested in becoming famous. It's not a good thing to be too famous in this world. Besides, I'm not a good person. Ginny stared at Kyle suspiciously. Sometimes I wonder if you are an old guy in disguise. What do you mean? Kyle asked in confusion. You are the most special among all the young people I have ever met. Ginny picked up a glass of fruit wine and drank it all, and continued. Those young people who have strength either become pirates or become navy, and they all dream of making a name for themselves in this sea. Then what? Kyle listened with interest. Wanted to hear what kind of image he had among these people. The three girls sat in a row, all propped up their chins and listened seriously. The topics discussed before were not interesting to them. Now it's different when it comes to Kyle. Ginny continued. Look at you again, you obviously have such strong abilities, you can easily defeat the monster admiral of the Navy, and you can even kill the celestial dragons without mercy, but you are so low-key. I guess few people in the East China Sea know you. Even if I want to be high profile, what you said can't be high profile. Also, don't put the blame on me, it's all done by the Golden Lion. Kyle denied it directly. Why does this woman tell everything to others? What if others hear it? Or should we just cut off the source? This thought only appeared for a moment before Kyle ruled it out. He is not a big devil, and he can't do this. Ginny also realized that she had said something wrong and quickly changed the subject. Ahem, if other young people have your ability, they will do something big, not to mention becoming the king. Is that the reason? Kyle asked. Yes, I think you are different from most people. Ginny took it for granted. Kyle looked at him speechlessly. The premise of wanting to do big things is to have strong strength, otherwise you will become like you. Ginny was speechless for a while. How did this involve the Revolutionary Army? But thinking about it, I feel that what he said is right. Doing things that do not match your own strength, death is only a matter of time. But your strength does not seem to be bad, on the contrary, it is very strong. It is the pinnacle of this world, but at least it is stronger than most people. It is indeed stronger than most people, Kyle admitted without any modesty. After the battle with Akainu, he now has this confidence. But there are still many people who are better than me, right? I have been afraid of death since I was a child. I don't want to experience death again, and I don't want my friends and family to leave me. Tisk, you talk like you have died. Ginny just thought Kyle was bragging. After all this time, you are just a coward, afraid of death. Ginny felt that Kyle's image collapsed in an instant. I can't believe that this guy is low-key just because he is afraid of death. Kyle doesn't care what Ginny thinks. Isn't it that I have been practicing so hard since I was a child in order to live a better life? Is there anything wrong with being afraid of death? Everyone in the world is afraid of death. No one dares to say that they are not afraid of death. Do you dare to say that you are not afraid of death? Ginny's neck stiffened, and she blurted out without thinking. I'm definitely not afraid of death. No one will live forever, and there's nothing to be afraid of if you fall on the road to your dream. Haha, if Big Bear proposes to you now, are you still willing to die at this time? Kyle looked at her with a smile. Hearing this, Ginny's expression suddenly became a little unnatural. Of course I. Ginny wanted to say yes, but when she thought about leaving Bear in this situation, wouldn't it be too cruel? She couldn't bear to die at all. Listening to Ginny's stuttering answer, Kyle joked. What? Didn't you say you're not afraid of death? Why are you stuttering suddenly? Ginny's face suddenly turned red. She felt that Kyle was suddenly so annoying, and why did he speak so irritatingly? Mr. Kyle, you, don't talk nonsense, I didn't say I wanted to propose. Big Bear, who was watching the two people arguing quietly, was suddenly stunned. He didn't understand why they suddenly talked about proposing to him. He denied it without thinking. The three girls who were eating melons also looked at Big Bear. Is Uncle Bear proposing? The object is still Sister Ginny. Oh, I haven't seen a proposal yet. I heard that this kind of thing is very romantic. Chun-Yi propped up her chin and there were little stars in her eyes. Little Chun-Yi, don't talk nonsense. This is all Mr. Kyle's joke, don't take it seriously. Big Bear hurriedly explained. Kyle ignored his explanation and asked puzzledly. Uncle, don't you like Ginny? You look very reluctant. The expression was exaggerated and surprised. Kyle just looked at Big Bear, wanting to see how he would choose. He was about to leave, so it was a good opportunity to help these two poor people. Escape would not solve the problem. Otherwise, the result would be to raise someone else's child. After being asked by Kyle, Big Bear was immediately entangled. How could he answer that he didn't like Ginny in front of her? But if he really said that he liked her, wouldn't that mean he admitted that he wanted to propose? He was a Baconian, and this race could be said to be born to stand on the opposite side of the world government. The world government would never allow him to exist forever. The fate had already been determined. Death or becoming a slave again. This race was born with misfortune, and Ginny was the most important person in his life now. He didn't want to bring his misfortune to Ginny. Seeing Big Bear so entangled, Ginny immediately wanted to stand up and explain for him. But Kyle pushed her back to the chair. Do you want to be like this for the rest of your life? Looking at Big Bear, Kyle said seriously. Why, you don't want to admit it? Are you worried about your identity as a Baconian? Do you know the Baconian? Big Bear looked surprised. Don't worry whether you know it or not, just tell me the reason why you don't want to accept this relationship. Is it because of your race? Big Bear sighed. Since you know the Baconian, you must know what our race represents. Kyle nodded. Big Bear looked at Ginny with complicated eyes. Because of racial reasons, I was taken to Marihoa with my parents when I was a child. Those celestial dragons wanted to get rid of us all the time. In the end, my parents died in the hands of the celestial dragons, and I just escaped by luck. I never dared to accept your love, because I was afraid that it would bring you misfortune, and I didn't want you to go back to that place again. Woo woo woo, Uncle Bear actually had such an experience. Chun-Yi's eyes were red and she was choking when she spoke. Leah clenched her fists, her face full of anger. Hee hee, what a bunch of damn guys, what a bunch of shitty celestial dragons, I'm sure I'll be hurt when I meet them in the future. Beat up these guys. Luli was thinking worriedly at this time. Would it be bad if Kyle just revealed the other party's tragic experience like this? Hearing Leah's words, Da Xiang's mouth twitched. Good guy, these people are really bold. So openly discussing to beat up the celestial dragons. Fortunately there are no outsiders here. Looking at Da Xiang at this time, Ginny shed tears unconsciously. I don't mind. For so long, I have always known that as long as I am with you, no matter what happens, it doesn't matter. Kyle coughed dryly. Ruthlessly broke the atmosphere at this time. Uncle, I understand your feelings, but have you ever thought about what would happen to Ginny now if I were not there? Without giving Da Xiang a chance to speak, Kyle continued. She will not become lucky because of your refusal. To tell you the truth, yesterday, whether it was the celestial dragons, or the Germa and the Navy, the purpose of coming here was all for her. She will be taken back to Marihoa, and I don't need to say more about what will happen. Why? How could Ginny let these guys come in person? Big Bear was instantly upset. If these guys were thinking about her, Ginny would be in danger even with her. Don't you understand? Then let me make it clear. In the Valley of Gods, Ginny leaked the news to the outside world. Big Bear understood it immediately. No wonder there are so many enemies this time. It turns out that the things that happened that year were exposed. With the revengeful character of those celestial dragons, how could they easily let Ginny, the culprit, go? Now I understand, Kyle said lightly. Do you know how stupid you are? Even if there is no reason for the Bacani tribe, Ginny is a thorn in the eyes of the world government. Do you think that if Ginny stays away from you, the world government will let her go? Big Bear was already in tears. Because of his foolish insistence, he almost lost the most important person in his life. And now he still said that he was thinking about her. It turned out that he was wrong from the beginning. I'm sorry, I have always let you down. It's okay. Ginny threw herself into Big Bear's arms. Big tears rolled down. Bear, you know, I was so scared when I saw the celestial dragons yesterday, scared of death, scared of never seeing you again, scared of becoming a slave again. Big Bear hugged Ginny tightly in his arms. He kept saying sorry. Suddenly, the two seemed to remember something, and Ginny hurriedly left Big Bear's arms and wiped away her tears awkwardly. I was so excited just now that I forgot that there were several people watching around. Haha, you guys continue, just pretend we don't exist. Kyle tilted his head to the side while holding the wine glass. Looking like he knew nothing. PFF'd. Ginny laughed out loud. Thank you, Kyle. Kyle waved his hand carelessly. Why thank me? Some things can be said openly. Remember, true love is not about staying away, but about taking on responsibilities together. Big Bear was a little embarrassed, feeling that Kyle was deliberately talking about him. I used to think everything was too simple. Mr. Kyle, thank you very much for your help. Kyle patted his arm. No need to say thank you anymore. Now that the problem has been solved, it's time to consider when to get married. Get married. Get married. Leah and Chunye also echoed. They looked more excited than Big Bear and Ginny, the parties involved. Big Bear scratched his head embarrassedly. There's no rush for marriage for the time being. We have to finish the things here in Korkia first. That's right. Kyle felt that what Big Bear said made sense. Now is not the time to think about getting married. The world government will send people at any time, and it will be dangerous if we don't evacuate early. Then I wish you all the best. Ginny suddenly asked. Are you planning to go to the Grand Line directly? Why, you can't bear to leave us. Kyle teased. Ginny nodded seriously. Yes, I originally wanted to invite you to join the Revolutionary Army, but now it seems that it has failed. Haha, I won't go to the Revolutionary Army. You can tell Dragon what I told you before, but remember not to say it was me who said it.